steroid trial that he did, in fact, use for over a decade. The Mets and Yanks both have tonight off. Mets hit the West Coast for 3 against the Giants. The Yankees will host the second-place team in the NL East tomorrow, the Philadelphia Phillies. This report is sponsored by Ray Cadena. Experience the power of 3. Visit bensfam.com. Also sponsored by State. That's what's happening. I'm Richard. I'll see you then.
All right. See you in an hour.
Okay, go.
Streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Yeah. Let's go. Another 5-hour KM to AM on the Fan in New York. And there's so much to unpack in these 5 hours. I didn't book a guest. Be my guest. Dial 888-808-1019 one time. Get on the line one time. I mean, there's so much to go over, so much to talk about. Obviously, with the Yankees, the Mets. Now we're in camp with the Giants and the Jets. Oh, no. Like, I wake up usually, and I'm out of bed by 10 a.m., and the first thing I see, Justin Fields carted off. I'm like, no way. Like, no way. They dodged one today. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how people make way too much about NFL practices, the first couple practices with helmets on. They don't mean anything. But, yeah, I got to go back to where I was last night. And I don't need a teleprompter for this. I don't need notes for this. I don't need a script for this. I've been living this for too long. When you are a Yankees fan, who's a diehard Yankees fan, who everybody in your family, friends, co-workers circle knows, you watch every game. You go to a lot of games. They see you with your Yankee hat on. They see you with Yankee merchandise. They know that you love the team. When people know that about you, you've got to wear this. You've got to feel this. You've got to carry this with you. And it's not right. It's not fair. And I'm tired of it. I'm honestly so disappointed and tired of the New York Yankees, these New York Yankees, the ones that I'm calling the participation trophy era New York Yankees, where just competing is good enough. They coddle these guys. They don't hold anybody accountable, and it is fostering this country club laissez-faire attitude that comes out in the worst times. So last night, if you're a competitor or athlete, you understand getting fired up for competition, a rubber match against the team that's ahead of you in the division, the Blue Jays, who you're supposed to always be better than. That's why they get so hyped up for you. That's why they schedule a 4-game set with Canada Day in it last time, and then you come right back after the All-Star break. They can't wait to punch you in the face. They can't wait to step in the ring with you. Why do the Yankees not know that? Why did the New York Yankees act like they can get in the ring and not be ready to take a punch? And then they do have a glass jaw. But you know what? In last night's game, Max Fried starts off perfect, and the Yankees score first, and they battle back, and they don't have a glass jaw, right? They do have a return serve. They are able to counter punch. And then what happens? The same thing that we know is going to happen every single time. I still haven't gotten over the World Series. You still haven't gotten over the World Series. And everybody in baseball is talking about the World Series. I gave my guy, Joe's McFly, a shout out yesterday because he brought up the scouting report. And it hurts. It burns when it says what the Dodgers told their players in scouting meetings was the Yankees were talent over fundamentals. If you run the bases with purpose and aggression, the Yankees will self-inflict harm. They mentioned the Yankees were not just the major's worst base running team by every metric, but the difference was vast and yada, yada. You guys understand, right? They basically said if you put the ball into play, the Yankees were going to fold. That they weren't sharp. They weren't crisp. They didn't know where to line up. They didn't know where to go with the ball. And how many times have you seen these guys, the ball gets hit, and instead of just getting one out, they throw the ball around. They don't get an out at all. Run scores, 2 runs score, like with Max Fried yesterday. I mean, even go back to the lineup construction. Why is JC Escara playing? Because he deserves to play, because he's on the roster? No, you play your best guys, even in the first game of the series. Why is Cody Bellinger not playing? He's one of your best players. You don't just sit him because of numbers and analytics. You're thinking too much. Sometimes you could be so smart, you're dumb. And we're getting frustrated and we're getting tired of it. But, we're going to show up. I'll be at the game tomorrow. I'll be there Sunday. I'll be there Tuesday. I'll probably go another day because that is our ballpark. That is our stadium. That is our culture. Yankee land with Yankee fans. And we just go and go root the team on and support the team. But you know what? They better get their act right because it gets loud in there. They better figure it out ASAP because the fans will hold them accountable. The fans don't get paid like Aaron Boone to say, yeah, we've got a really good defensive club. On opposite day, how could you say that after last night? How could you seriously with a straight face say that? A couple days after going on a podcast and talking about, I don't care what you guys want, the fans. I don't care what you guys think about post-game responses and how players answer questions. I'm looking at Aaron Boone like maybe Aaron Boone doesn't need to go on a podcast. Maybe the Yankees manager doesn't need to do extra media. I've had enough of the media responses from Aaron Boone. Anthony Volpe's still an elite shortstop. We've got a really good ball club, and we're going to – come on, man. We've seen these same things over and over again, and it's been going on for years. And I hate when people say to the Yankee fan, oh, stop crying. You're the Yankees. It's baseball. No. This Yankees baseball that we're watching, it didn't start last night. It didn't start last year. It's been going on season after season. You can change the players, but we get the same results. And that's why they can't get to the World Series and win it. That's why they don't have the pedigree they used to have. Nobody fears them anymore, as I was just hearing Loogie say. I've been saying that. The big bad Yankees that a couple years ago, Aaron Boone said, yeah, the league closed the gap on us. They think there's something that they're not. They think they can play guys out of position. They think they can play guys that damn near shouldn't even be in the league. JC Escara was a good story for Good Morning America. Uber driver, substitute teacher, makes the club. But when you're fighting for your life after you had a 7-game lead and now you're back 4 games, why is he in? Because he deserves to play? Or did Max Fried prefer him behind the dish? I don't know. Whether it's Yorbit Vivas or Oswald Peraza, you should have addressed third base in the offseason. Those guys aren't major leaguers. They can't hit. And because of the pressure put on the Yankees, because the manager is going on a podcast, that goes viral. Everybody sees it. You think the players don't see it? These are young 20-something guys. They're 20-something years old. They're on their phones every day. Even if they delete social media, somebody's texting them a video, somebody's sending a family member, a friend. Oh, here, did you see Aaron Boone? And it sucks for the fans. It sucks for a diehard Yankee fan like me because you get trolled, you get made fun of, you get laughed at, you get told that, hey, they should be sellers at the deadline. They're not going to win anything this year. You should give up. If I wanted to give up, I would have gave up when Garrett Cole went down. There is no giving up. We don't know what can happen. And so we are a week away today from the MLB trade deadline. At this time, 1 week from right now, that's it. Pencils down. We will know who the Yankees have to push forward through August, September, and hopefully October to get back to the World Series where they lost last year. And when they did lose last year in that fashion, being up 5-0, embarrassing themselves, it was supposed to be the start of an origin story. It was supposed to be the start of a comeback. It's supposed to be the start of, okay, how do we erase this? The only way to erase last year is to win. And the status quo seems to be good enough. Playing guys out of position, guys that aren't good enough is fine. And it comes off as Yankee arrogance, that they are talent over fundamentals, that they are just going to homer their way out of it. Like, look at the Blue Jays games. The last 2 games, the Blue Jays score off of your mistakes, your errors. They put the ball in play. They run hard. They're running around with their hair on fire. They're so fired up to score 1 run against you. You can only score if you hit a home run. Jazz Chisholm, 3-run bomb. Cody Bellinger, solo shot. Ben Rice, prayer of a solo shot to win it. The next game, Jason Dominguez, solo shot. Volpe ties the game. They actually pitched to Aaron Judge instead of walking him. But you know what? The Yankees find a way to screw it up. And I'm tired of hearing about Aaron Boone protecting the players because it hasn't worked. It's not working. Try something else. We know you can get pissed off and mad. We saw you get pissed off on the podcast. We saw you get pissed off with the home plate ump last night. Try something else. It's not working. And try something else with this roster. Brian Cashman, I'm talking to you as well. It's a clunky-ass roster, bro. Every night, somebody isn't playing. Every night, somebody's on the bench, and ball will find you. That ball doesn't lie. Ben Rice is a catcher / first baseman. He's not off limits. Joel Sherman reported today that people are checking on Ben Rice. Nobody is safe. You need to shake the room. These guys need to have some fear because they don't fear that the GM is going to trade them. They don't fear that the manager is going to pull them or bench them or yell at them or embarrass them, hold them accountable. It's just, we can live off the backs of Yankees past. We're the New York Yankees with all of these fans that come out, sell out our building, travel to see us, and love us because of the logo on our hat and the name across our chest and the road grays and the pinstripes. Enough already, man. They need a reset. Enough already, man. Spencer Jones is down there knocking on the door right now. Anybody else in baseball would have him up tomorrow. Anybody, any other team in baseball would say, hey, we'll see you in the Bronx. We've seen enough. You know why? Coming off the heels of Jason Dominguez out there. Jason Dominguez, who's not a left fielder, but you told us in spring he's a left fielder. Yeah, we kind of just let it be and, embrace the Martian. And Jason Dominguez should play every day. He can't play every day. They're shielding him by not playing him every day, but ball will find you. Spencer Jones can't play a better left field than Jason Dominguez. Is Jason Dominguez on the trade block? Could be. Nobody should be safe. Remove somebody from the country club so everybody starts looking over their shoulder. So everybody starts to be a little bit more alert. Because right now, with them being so comfortable, right now, with them being so content that they are the New York Yankees and the manager telling everybody, oh, yeah, they go out there and they embarrass us, the fans. They go out there and they embarrass the fan base time after time after time, making stupid errors, stupid mistakes, throwing the ball around the infield. 888-808-1019. We'll start with the Yankees. Enough is enough. This is the last time to tweak the team. Cashman says he's going to town. What town is it? I want to go to Titletown. I want to have a parade. I want to be in there in October with tears in my eyes because the Yankees did it. They won, and they can. Don't waste another year of Aaron Judge's prime. You have Cody Bellinger on this team. You have Max Fried and Carlos Rodon, 2 all-star pitchers. Cam Schlittler's been all right. Luis Heel is coming back. You'll be able to figure it out. It's never the pitching. Fix this bullpen. This bullpen is too much of an adventure. There's not many guys. There's maybe 3 guys coming out of that bullpen that you feel okay about. Devin Williams, who has got over his early season stuff. Luke Weaver, who came back too early from the hamstring injury, and he struggled, but he straightened himself out in the last few outings. And Tim Hill, who they have used way too much, the only lefty they have coming out of the pen. These guys coming out like Jonathan Loaizaga, he's cooked. Send him anywhere. Enough. Scott Efros, enough. Even Ian Hamilton, JT Brubaker, some of these, it's not good enough, man. It's not good enough. This is supposed to be the New York Yankees. Brian Cashman said he wants the Yankees to be the mecca of baseball. They're supposed to be this gold standard. They're supposed to be better than all these other teams in Major League Baseball. They're not. They're mid. They're right in the middle of the pack. They're not elite. They're not one of the top teams. They have to now worry about the teams in their own division. They have to worry about being a wild card. And I know the division isn't lost, but maybe if you light a fire under somebody's ass, maybe if you send somebody packing, maybe if you bring some new energy into the room in a week, it'll make guys realize that, this is a job. This is all business. The business of the New York Yankees is winning championships. It was. The business of the New York Yankees is having sold out games in October. Do you want to get back there or not? because we'll be there. We don't care if it's $2,000 to sit in the bleachers. We'll be there. But we want to have faith in this team. We want to have confidence that when the pitcher does his job and induces a ground ball, that whether it's Volpe, whoever's at third, whoever's at first base is going to get the ball thrown at their chest. They don't have to scoop it. Like, these outs, we got to have enough already. If guys haven't cut it, they got to go. Everybody should be available. Obviously not Judge and Belly and guys like that. But, like, let's cook right now, Cash. Let's get this roster together. This is the last time. You didn't want to do it in spring. You haven't done it yet. You got a week until this trade deadline to make some moves to shore up this bullpen, this rotation, and this roster. Can we get a consistent lineup? Just some consistency. Can we feel better about the Yankees going out there to face the Toronto Blue Jays? On this radio station, I called them frauds. And right after me, Chris McMonagle echoed the same thing. We don't believe that Toronto is that good. But you make them look amazing. You make them look like world beaters because they're ready to face you, and you're not ready to field the ball. You can't even catch the ball. The New York Yankees. 888-808-1019. Let's start with the Yankees. Obviously, the season is not lost, and we have time. But, you know, some interesting things popped up with Spencer Jones hitting 3 home runs today, and Ben Rice's name popping up in trade talks. You can miss me with Eugenio Suarez. He's got 12 errors on the season. He's another guy that strikes out a ton. We've got enough home run hitters, clearly. Just look at the guys that hit home runs in the Rogers Center. They need somebody that can field the position and put the ball in play at third base. But before that, they need another lefty coming out of that bullpen. They need somebody throwing gas out of that bullpen. I know Fernando Cruz will be back and some other guys will be back, but can't rest on that. Can't rest on that. Stack the deck. Do more to ensure that this team can make a run and get back to the World Series. And maybe they got to be a wild card. Maybe they got to, feel the pressure of do or die. Maybe they got to be the wild card and get hot at the right time. And they can. Can't waste the season. Can't waste the season. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got 5 hours. Well, 4 hours and 40 minutes now. Call me up at 888-808-1019. We'll start with the Yankees, Spencer Jones, Ben Rice, the mistakes from the infield, defense, and why they play certain guys and who you guys want to see them target and what they need to do to get right here. We're not throwing away this season. We got a week until the trade deadline to get things right. And, hey, the Philadelphia Phillies are coming to town. I know Mets fans for Yankees should be in full swing. But don't sleep on what Philadelphia can do here with their fans traveling and up the turnpike to Yankee Stadium and Tampa Bay as well. We got a 4-game set with Tampa Bay, which is crucial. So KM to AM, Keith McPherson on the Fan, full 5-hour sprint. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yo, shout out to the guys.
With Mercedes-Benz.
It just came from over there. Just came from Bleecker Trading. Shout out to the guys. Good first get together over there. Definitely gonna do some card openings, try and do some networking stuff. We got the full 5-hour vehicle tonight, so let's lock in. Yo, my bad. I was just tight on time, so I didn't even come over.
You know what I mean? Got you 20 or 40 every hour. You said the last hour you were trying to peel out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but it's no biggie now because I used to the traffic, bro. 11:55, 54, but now the Holland Tunnel is open.
Cool. All right.
I used to because I had to drive all the way up to the Lincoln and fucking get around, but they used to close the Holland Tunnel at 12. They don't close it now, so whatever the time is. But I'll keep it in mind. 20, since I just banged it at 20, I kind of stretched it too because I figured, I get to 20 and 40 every hour.
Crazy. I'm just gonna hit you and let you know like I do that.
Yeah, I got no guests. Mike is open for you. Just kind of give me a, like a little finger if you're coming in. I'll send you any audio to your email, and we'll rock.
I like what you're doing with the streaming as well. Like that's a genius play. Just stream your show.
It came to me because I'm like, yo, everybody else has some type of video format, and I'm seeing the Kai Cenats of the world. I'm seeing the iShow speeds, and I'm like, I'm on for 5 hours a night on audio only. I'm like, I got a webcam, I got a MacBook, and I fired it up.
StreamYard, right? Because I checked out.
And I use StreamYard, yeah.
I peeped the last when I worked with you last week. I'm like, he's streaming this shit.
Yup.
And I looked on YouTube and I saw you that one. He's using StreamYard, whatever. That's a genius play.
And then I got 2 young boys that follow me, that rock with me, that they watch and they clip it up to put it on Instagram, TikTok, whatever. So I'm just adding to the machine, bro. Eventually, we'll have the bandwidth where they can turn that camera on, stream it, pay somebody to put it on WFAN, which has a larger reach.
If it
but
makes enough noise, they're gonna want to get in on it anyway.
But see, me, I'm the type, I'm proactive.
You have to be. You
like,
gotta open the door yourself.
Yeah,
I saw you with the camera last time. I'm like, yo, that's fucking genius.
Bro, I don't wait for anything. I do
and you don't have a
things.
copyright strike with that, do you?
Nah, not yet. I ask for forgiveness, not permission. I always am doing shit, and then like I'm throwing stuff at the wall and figuring it out later, bro. Nobody's gonna go hard for me, more than me. So
makes sense.
Simple as that.
If you need help with the thumbnails, holla at me.
Word. I got no thumbnails.
I know. I was looking and I'm like, all right, you need an overlay, you need a thumbnail, just shoot me an email, we figure something out. I got my own platform. I don't talk too much here, but I do my own thing on the side. So
Yeah, you do Photoshop type stuff?
You know what I mean? I got a flat wraparound table, the brand.
Okay.
22K on YouTube and growing. Everything.
Yeah, we'll talk because I don't have Photoshop on here. I don't do any thumbnails. It's just they make the thumbnail, but that helps because that's how people discover and click on YouTube. So copy. Did you hear Joe Madden take on Volpe? Yeah, I did. We'll play it. I'll put a note to play that.
Improvement of their intestinal lining and 12 weeks in
Let me
the
see.
year. And adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tripwire. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized with colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel movement of the entire GI tract.
You can blame it on Boone for sure, bro. You can definitely blame it on Boone. Gardy party time? Where Gardy at? Yeah. I'm not too young for Hulk Hogan. I'm not a wrestling guy. I mean, respect to Hulk Hogan. I know he says some racist shit, but on his death day, I'm not gonna go that way. But that's what this team does. They bring you up high on Tuesday, they bring you back down on Wednesday. Yeah. They're not sweeping the Phillies, but Dwayne, I know you're a Met fan. That's what you're rooting for. Correct. With no script needed. No notes needed. Facts. I see Boone get tight all the time, but like, get mad at the players, bro. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Tell a friend to tell a friend. I'm on till midnight, bro. We're just getting started.
Focus on mastering your technique, hone the muscle memory, and use the highest quality tools you can get your hands on. I use Made-In both at home and here at Crafts in New York City. They're beautifully made, and I let my team and me focus on making memorable meals night after night.
Learn more at madeincookware.com. That's MADEIN cookware.com.
All right, here we go. Microphone switch, and y'all keep reminding me, switch the mic so we can hear the calls. Let's get it, man. I don't want anybody to think like I'm abandoning the team or I hate the team or I'm switching teams or quitting on the season. You just got to put some passion into this stuff. That's what I want the Yankees to do. Put passion into everything. It's business. It's not personal. Some guys aren't cutting it, bro. And that's okay. 888-808-1019. Like, that, it's okay to move on. You did it to DJ, no? The last homestand, you kicked DJ to the curb, and that made me think, all right, it's time. We're getting serious. We're locking in. We're doing what needs to be done. And now you look back, and it's like, man, DJ was hitting better than some of these guys. And obviously, there was only one position he could play, but keep going. But the Yankees, the level of arrogance, they think they can fool the baseball gods. They think they can just go through the motions. They think they can run Peraza out there and the ball won't find him. They think they can run Yorbit Vivas out there. He'll run. He won't even slide. They think they could just, all right, Ben Rice. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall, and we'll never be. I would love to be a fly on the wall when the Yankees are putting together the lineup. It's probably hilarious, actually. They're probably looking at the lineup, and they're considering too many things. That's why I said sometimes you can be so smart you look dumb. Yeah, well, we're going into the off day, so let's start with the best player on the team, the captain, number 99, Aaron Judge. He winced in the 6th or 7th inning throwing the ball. We got to be careful with Judge. The last thing we can afford is a Judge injury, so let's give Judgy the double off day. We can't take him out of the lineup. I mean, John Schneider takes him out of the lineup every game, intentionally walking him. But you know what? Let's put Judge at the DH. Okay, so who's playing right field? Okay, so right field, we're going to put Belly out in right field. I can't believe last night we watched a game where the roof is open in the Rogers Center and a ball gets lost in the lights. I'm like, that's when I say ball will find you. The baseball gods, they laugh at the Yankees. And Belly is a great defender. And I'm not taking a shot at Belly at all. But like the Yankees think they can do things like play guys out of position, and it just never works out. You can't skate by. And as much as Dominguez, he didn't lead off. And that's another thing. You keep moving Dominguez. We thought you fooled us. That last homestand, we thought Dominguez was your leadoff hitter. Play Jason Dominguez every day. He can't because he's a liability in left field. His routes to the ball, I don't know if there's only certain ballparks you could play him in, I guess. The dimensions of the ballpark play a factor. The roof, the lighting plays a factor. The turf certainly plays a factor out there in Canada. And JC Escara catching was probably the biggest one where I'm like, Wells can't go again. And Ben Rice is in the lineup. Okay, Ben Rice is at first base. Goldie has 2 nights off. And I know I was critical of Goldie in an overreactionary way the first night because he struck out 3 times. And I said something that got clipped on WFA and social media that I retracted. Goldie has been good this year. But what it is when they struggle, when multiple guys are struggling, it's like, man, everybody gets burned at the stake. You're pointing fingers at everybody. Everybody's got to be better. And the lineup's got to be better. Some players are not cutting it. Like Peraza's batting 147. Peraza has no room for error in the infield. The guy can't lay a bunt down. He can't make certain plays. It's just like, what is he there for if he is not pristine? What is he there for if he is not a plus defender? Volpe had a night off from being the whipping boy. He hit a homer. He didn't have any mistakes, errors last night, which was good, which was refreshing. Later on, we'll play Joe Madden's take on Anthony Volpe. It echoed what I said a few days ago. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not the only one that had the thought. We're all thinking so much on what they need to do to change the team. I heard a drop today from myself where I said, the Yankees aren't the last to know. They're the last to admit. They know everything. They go through their meetings. They know everything. They see everything. But they're never going to admit fault. They die hard on the trades they made, the contracts that they signed, and the roster decisions that they make daily. And they never admit to fault. And this fan base is massive. It's huge. There's Yankee fans that do podcasts. There's 500 Yankee podcasts. There's Yankee fans all across the media, all across the world that watch this team every single night. And you know what they do. They psst on your head and tell you it's raining. 888-808-1019. Let's start off with Ari in West Orange.
Hey, Keith. How you doing? Thank you for taking the call. I appreciate it. Thanks for leading me off tonight as well. You took away a lot of it. I'm dead on with everything you said. You're just 100% correct. And, I think what is frustrating for me as a Yankee fan, and I could probably speak for the Yankee fans as well, this is not like a one-time thing. We talked about this a year ago. We talked about this in 2023. We talked about it in 2022. And it's just not getting any better. It's the same thing year after year after year. And last year, they made it to the World Series. Great. But they were, I know you can't control who you play and who you don't play, but, let's face it, Keith, they had a soft run to the series. They didn't play great teams. And then they got
not to cut you off, Ari,
yeah.
They struggled in June of last year.
That's correct. That's what I mean. Right. You had the same issues. Right. This is not like a one-time thing. And the biggest frustration I have is just the complacency you have from the top all the way on down. I mean, come on. Brian Cashman, you can say whatever you want to say to them. People realize this guy has been GM for 30 years. That is just ridiculous to have a guy in baseball that long. I know he's had success, and that's fine. But come on, you need sometimes a new vision.
Sports in general, especially in New York, it's unheard of. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous. And then Aaron Boone, this is almost a decade. They could have walked away from his contract after 2021 when they lost the wild card game to the Red Sox, which they really should not have lost that game. They were a better team. They didn't walk away. They instead rewarded him after they didn't win the division and they got bounced in a wild card game. They rewarded him the 4-year contract. And then last year, the same thing, but they got caught up last year. And this is the Yankee complacency because the Yankees will spin it. Oh, we had a great year. We made it to the World Series. We, got beat by a better team, but we did make it to the World Series. So, let's reward the manager. He deserves another 4-year contract. But ignoring, like you just said, who's teaching them fundamentals? We talked about this last year. This was a problem last year. Now it's right. It's the same thing this year. And then, thanks for the time, Pete. Appreciate it. Just one last thing with Anthony Volpe, and we can go on and on and on. But here's the thing with him. The Yankees have gone out of their way to coddle this guy since day one. He never should have started the season in the majors. I mean, they got caught up with the 4 weeks of spring training, and then he struggled that first month. They didn't think about it. They didn't send him back down. He's been, let's face it, he's a bust. He hasn't done anything. He has the second most at-bats on this team after Judge. That is absurd. That's absolutely absurd, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Ari. Yeah, I mean, to work backwards with Volpe, they did it to themselves. When I say they die hard on their decisions, it was their decision to let Volpe win the job and say to him, like they made it a marketing thing. And I've been over this a ton. The kid wore 77 in the spring. They said, no, kid, you're going to wear Brett Gardner's jersey, number 11. There might be a bad omen just with that. The phrase and the hashtag Volpening Day popped up that year. They had the video of Aaron Boone basically telling him that he made the club and he was going to be a starting shortstop. And then Hal Steinbrenner actually went on the podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman and talked about how they told him, hey, kid, you're the shortstop. We're not sending you down. In hindsight, does that seem like the wise thing to do? Does that seem like that was the right way to handle things? To hand somebody that is this young, that also grew up in the area, idolizing the Yankees, being a diehard Yankee fan, does that seem like that was the right course of action to tell the kid, no matter what, you're the Yankee shortstop? No. In any capacity. That's like somebody telling me when I came in, hey, Keith, no matter what, you are the nighttime host on WFAN. You can be terrible. You can be unprepared. You could not watch the games. You could not have takes. You don't have to do any social media. You don't have to pop out and meet anybody, do any appearance or whatever. You've got it. Just roll out of bed and come here and do whatever you want. You don't have to go to any meet. Like, where do we do that at in life, in the world? Now, going back to also what you said, putting in the work. Boone talked about that last night, and I talked about it on my show late night after the game. I'm like, okay. I'm going to the game tomorrow. I kind of want to go and watch batting practice and their infield drills and just see if there's anything different. Rami was producing for me last night, and he's like, they should have to come to the ballpark on the off day. And I'm like, Rami, they're not going to do that. But I don't dislike the thought of saying you don't need an off day. It's not going to kill you to come here for an hour and take ground balls and throw the ball around. And They need more of that. It's unfortunate. So many times we want to say they're major league ball players. They should know how to do these things. Yeah, they should. But then they get into the game in pressure-filled situations and they fold every single time. Why? Why is that? I said they need like a code word. They need something to lock in. I don't know. I don't know what the store, something around the diamond. Hey, guys, lock in, dial in. Know what you're doing with the ball. When you play baseball, before the ball is hit, while that pitcher is holding the ball, you're supposed to be thinking about, if this ball comes to me, runner on first, runner on second, no runners, whatever, what am I doing with it? And the New York Yankees, so many times, they just go brain dead. So I don't know, man. It has been going on for a while. And now people are calling for them to change the voice, the leadership. And I'm telling you, they're not going to do that. As you just heard Ari say, hand in the air. I was so mad when they lost to the Boston Red Sox in Boston 2021 in the wild card for two reasons. One, that game should have been played at Yankee Stadium. Two, the Tampa Bay Rays played the last series in Yankee Stadium and they couldn't beat them. And the Tampa Bay Rays had their spot already locked up. They didn't even care about that series. I went to all of those games. I believe it took a walk-off. Maybe it was Tyler Wade. They barely won that one game. And I'm like, this is the New York Yankees in their building. Here come the Tampa Bay Rays this next week. They're always comfortable in the building. Nobody fears the Yankees. I have let go of the Yankees of old. I don't know what this is. I'm calling it the participation trophy era Yankees, where these guys get patted on the back. These guys get told your job is safe. Like, I grew up with Derek Jeter fearing for his job, his position. I grew up with Yankee players telling stories about George Steinbrenner saying, I'll trade your ass. I'll have you on the next flight out. So, fear is a great motivator. It's actually our greatest motivator. When you are afraid of losing your job or losing your spot or being on the Yankees, where they could send you to MLB Siberia, you play differently. And not so much in the regard of playing differently where you make mistakes. You play to the point where you know if I make a mistake, that's my ass.
I got a question for you, because we go back to the end of last season, and then the Dodgers did their podcast tour where they talked about how terrible the Yankees defense was, how they waited for the Yankees to beat themselves. Now we look at this season with the defensive issues, and some of it seems to be mental. Is it a situation where this group was kind of soft because they went to LA? There was no get back when they went to LA after all of the talking they did as well. They kind of laid down
Joe
and took
Kelly
it again.
and Chris Taylor. And I think I heard maybe Evan made a joke about Chris Taylor getting hit in the head. That was for the Yankees. I thought that. We still owe him one, though.
I just feel like this team doesn't have the mental.
I used the soft word, and people got mad at me. People want to question it. It comes off as soft when you allow people to talk about you like that, and you don't fix what they're calling you out for. When you go to Dodger Stadium, and your first opportunity to get some get back, what'd they do in that first game with Max Fried? Max Fried didn't have it. They blew a lead. They got embarrassed. What'd they do the next Saturday? They come out, give up 4 runs, down 10-0, get absolutely smoked, embarrassed. So, not only did you get mocked, you got smacked twice. Yeah, there is a little bit of a soft mentality that exists with these Yankees because they're told, you'll get them next time. It's all right.
Very true.
Nope, we're not mad at you. This is baseball. It's tough. You guys play in the tough market. These fans are too hard on you. Brandon is in Glen Cove on the Fan next. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, taking the call. This past series with Toronto, it's just the same thing every single night. Just frustrated at this point, Keith, man. Where are the effing savages in the box, man?
Savages. Oh, yeah. So that's funny, right? We just came up on the anniversary of that game. I was at that game. It was David Cohen bobblehead day. It was a doubleheader. And the reason that we got that audio was because nobody was at that first game. The mics were hot. And back then, and I talked about this a couple nights ago, Brett Gardner was on that team. I felt like Brett Gardner held Aaron Boone accountable. Because you know what I'm saying? Guardian and him aren't that far in age. They played with some of the same guys. With a veteran like Brett Gardner on the team, oh, you better go out and fight for us.
The Yankees could use a real veteran bat like Gardy. He wasn't putting up 25
Just
runs,
a veteran
but
presence.
He was gritty.
Judge.
He was gritty.
I love Judge.
Gritty.
He's one of the best players ever. But Judge, his demeanor, his mentality, the way he carries himself, he talks about how great CeCe and Gardy were in that clubhouse, but he can't be them. Who is them? Who is that in there? Who's the rah-rah guy? Who's the guy that's like a hard ass? Who's the guy that Boone has to answer to in the clubhouse on the team that like somebody that'll get him Boone's face because things aren't going right? I don't know. I don't think anyone exists. Thanks for the call, Brandon. Yeah, where are the savages in the box? Now, Boone got thrown out. I think that was his 4th ejection last night. I think maybe his 43rd overall. But he's calmed down with that. He doesn't want to be known for that because honestly, it doesn't help us any. But these umps are terrible. It's standard. If you saw the Met game yesterday and you also saw the Yankee game last night, it's standard, yo. That like ABS, ASAP. They need the automatic balls and strikes. And then once we get that going, bring the robo umps because these umpires are trash. But at least Manny Gonzalez last night had the presence of mind to admit fault and say, "Hey, that was on me." But it didn't help later in the game. Volpe's at bat, Peraza's at bat, and then whatever, Matt Blake gets tossed. That's the thing with Boone. You see Boone get mad at these umpires. You see him get his money worth there, but you'll never see that with the players. And I think that's because from the top down, they say, don't ever do that. Don't ever show up these players. Don't ever pull somebody. Even last year, like Boone didn't even know how to pull Glaber. He pulled Glaber, not for hustling. Glaber hot dogged and kind of pimped a home run that he thought was a home run, and it was a foot short to hit off the top of the wall. And he pulled him then because it was like, oh, I got to make an example out of him at this point, and obviously Glaber isn't going to be back and whatever. Okay, Yorbit Vivas in Atlanta coming out of the All-Star break. That is a perfect opportunity for you to say, hey, come sit your ass down, young man. You just let Ronald Acuna throw you out from damn near the warning track. Luis Rojas is pointing to you to get down, and you're out here loafing, going through the motions. You know why? Because you've got that Yankee jersey on. And there's a sense of entitlement that exists with these Yankees in the participation trophy era. Gary's in Waterbury on the Fan next. What's up, man?
McFadden Cavalier.
You're...
Fu Philly, Fu Soto.
Oh, here they come.
Cashman stuff.
Here come the fighting Phils.
Stuff. Yeah, I know. They gonna smack us around too.
Hey, I'm not saying anything. I don't know what's gonna happen. Fingers crossed that the ghosts in the Bronx and the fans and that we sweep the Phillies and the Mets fans.
No.
We got Will Warren, Marcus Stroman, Carlos Rodon going. And their
boy.
Lineup and they're pitching.
Yeah, Schwarber and Harper. Don't think Schwarber and Harper's heating up too lately. Schwarber and Harper, they're going to park some in the stands.
Yeah, and with Hulk Hogan passing, Nick Castellanos is due to homer, so bet on him to homer tomorrow.
That's a good one. Yeah, but he didn't do it for the Pope, though. He fell short on that one.
He needs one for Ozzy, Malcolm Jamal Warner. He might hit 3 this week.
That's a good one, Keith. You got me. And this is all on Cashman. Period. Stop.
It is. It starts there.
It really is. I don't really blame the players. But Cashman, he better fix his mistakes. But you know what? He's gonna fix his mistakes, and he'll do just enough so that we rinse and repeat. We do the same. We'll make the playoffs.
But Willie, that's the thing, too, that's up in the air. He said he's going to town, but is that a bluff? Thanks for the call, G-Makes. Appreciate you, bro. We got to take another break. Keith McPherson on the Fan. My question is, will Brian Cashman actually go get you a third baseman, 2 relief pitchers, a starter, and then maybe make some moves to shake up the clubhouse where they say, okay, onward. Let's get serious. It's time to push forward. I don't know. Call me up. We'll be right back.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
This team was supposed to be a team that was based on run prevention, a team that was based on pivoting from the Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Bash brothers into maybe a little bit of a deeper lineup that does a little bit of different things, but we are going to be tough to score against. And instead, they
lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo. Host that perfect sunset on La Isla and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See, just $30 per month with unlimited well. Plus tax and fees.
I didn't bring the damn tag.
Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are here. Real offers, dream vehicles, and it's all waiting for you at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Now's the time to drive the luxury.
I had to show you. It's not Kith inspired merch. It's actually Kith merch. I didn't make this shirt. You got to see the video on my You got to see the video, bro. I'm so proud of this shirt. I've wanted this shirt for so long. And I don't think you're gonna see anybody else with this shirt. And you probably shouldn't unless their name is Keith. Let me see if I can see. I got one in black, one in white. I just put the link in the chat from my TikTok. I wore the black one at Fanatics Fest. Have I told this story? Somebody in here knows this story. So shout out to Ronnie. Ronnie has listened to KM to AM. I know I told this story on here. Because I showed y'all the DM from Ronnie.
You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-444-9919. 800-444-9919. Again, that's 800-444-9919.
You want to get the most for your money. That's why more Mazda buyers choose Ramsey Mazda for selection, customer service, and savings. During the Mazda Board at Move You sales event, new 25 Mazda CX-50 for $239 for 33 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to search Ronnie right now. But anyway, let me tell the story, man. For years, I wanted them to just add the E to the block logo. And I have a friend named Tina that does graphics and works with them. So every time I saw her, I'm like, yo, find a way to make this happen. Find a way for me to get the Keith logo. Like, find just like, I don't know. Let's just do a one-off. I was joking to him. I'm like, yo, I got to get more popping. I got to get famous. Like, I got to get lit out here where we can do a collab and get the Keith block, whatever. I think I was kicking that for like 7-8 years. Ronnie messaged me one night after the Knicks playoff game, and he wanted to call into the show. And I told him, I'm like, yo, I'm friends with Tina, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, short story long. They found a way to do like a spoof. They found a way to do like there was this like, I almost don't want to tell you because like people are going to try and get it. But if you're a Kith fan and you follow Kith, they did this Brazilian Adidas soccer collab. And there was like this joke going on over there where somebody put a typo in the Kith sign. And when they unveiled the Kith sign, it didn't say Kith, it said Keith. And then the Brazilian soccer player goes, who is Keith? So when they released that line, they released Kith shirts like this. And it was like a made to order type of thing. You had to have the exclusive link. They sent me the link and it was basically like, this exists now. This exists now. This exists and you can order it. And I ordered it right away. So got me. Got one.
You're leaving us? You're matching pajamas. Matching silk pajamas, babe. You discover Heineken and now you go out to like Box 5 Sport. We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to guide, to recharge your soul. And your weighted blanket is here. It's like a blanket that's so weighted.
Listen to your PTS. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy and have responsibly.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to do it a little easier. Great. Now raise your hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. One is imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers slippers. This is the way you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. What do you experience what people can't stop talking about? Like Yankee Skechers slippers. Get your slippers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This is standard.
Now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
You need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first London job. Terms and conditions apply.
Come visit the engagement experts at London George at any one of their 6 locations. Get connected with WA to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the RCI Party Premium apps.
Reminder, this is a children's program. Always got a lot of kids listening. The future. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's have another good hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours to go. 888-808-1019. Starting off talking about the Yankees. Before the break, I said, is Brian Cashman do you trust Brian Cashman? Is Brian Cashman gonna do what he's supposed to do here? I would think he's super motivated too, right? I would think it burns him how they lost the World Series. I would think he hears the fans. He obviously doesn't, read everything and listen to everything, but he knows. He knows. He's embarrassed himself coming out of Toronto. This is his team. This is his creation. These are his moves or lack thereof, right? This roster construction, this is Brian Cashman and company. This is the last time. In the winter, you can do what you got to do, winter meetings, free agency, and then you have all these months in between to tweak, to DFA guys, call guys up, trade guys, whatever. This is it. This is the trade deadline. This is the last marker right here. Boom. In a week to add to your team. And I'm not talking about these Cashman considerations. I'm not talking about the Nicky Lopez's of the world. I'm not talking about the Jaime Candelarios. Some of them pan out. Some of those guys turn into Luke Weaver. I'm talking about actually going out there like the Dodgers have in the past and saying, oh, we're going to add Tommy Edman. Oh, we need another starter. Let's go get Jack Flaherty. Let's go get Michael Kopech. Let's go. Even though we have Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Teoscar Hernandez, let's go add more talent to this team. You can never have enough talent. You can never have enough pitching. So pitching is number one. They need bullpen help. They need bullpen repair ASAP. And then obviously in the infield, they need a third baseman that can field that position, help Volpe. And then hopefully it's like a right-handed bat that can, put bat to ball and put the ball in play and not swing for the fences or strike out or homer. But I don't know who those guys are, man. I don't know what to believe. It is open season right now on Twitter, on these podcasts. Everybody's talking about, the Yankees are out on Suarez. They're out on Key Brian Hayes. They're out on Ryan McMahon. And I don't know, who are they in on? 888-808-1019. Let's go to Ricardo and Queens on the Fan next. What's up, man? Good. Thanks for calling.
Good, man. I'm a Yankee fan, angry Yankee fan, that kind of thing, man. When you were dissing on my Yankees a few weeks ago, I was angry at you, Keith. I was like, what are you saying about my Yankees, man? The Yankees are tough. We're going to be winning. We got that attitude. But then recently I've been hearing Volpe's comments post-game where he says, you know what, this is the other games. I'm going to have another run back. I haven't played well.
It's going to get there. And Jazz Chisholm, when he says that he's playing his best at 70%, it's incredible. I compare it to back in the day when Derek Jeter, again, these guys are no Derek Jeters, but Derek Jeter would say something like, we lost today. This is unacceptable. I played awful. I made errors, and we need to win ASAP. So that culture of winning, it's not there. And when I think about Aaron Judge, he's an amazing player. We're looking at the brand new Mickey Mantle, but he's like a teddy bear, man. He doesn't have that David Ortiz type fire, that I saw from David Ortiz back in the day. And I don't know, these are just soft Yankees. And like you said, it's a trophy Yankee. So it's like they're giving everything and there's no consequence. There's no fear.
Thanks for the call, Ricardo. Yeah, I love the team. I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys. I love the fans. I love the stadium. I go to as many games as I could. If I wasn't on WFN, I'd still be going up there, going to the games, doing my thing. I was doing it before I got here. I'll be doing it after. I want to win. It's honestly sad when I think about what I want in this world. I want a World Series more than a lot of things personally. Like, I want that to happen, and they should be able to make that happen. And they've been close so many times. But the difference is somebody is always hungrier than them. Somebody always wants it more than them. Somebody's always willing to fight and scratch and claw a little bit more than them. And yeah, as great as Judge is, I need to see that dog come out of him, man. That's the next step to really make him great. I need to see him be pissed off, fired up. But, he plays the game right. He doesn't show anybody up. He doesn't yell. He's not a rah-rah guy. It is what it is. I guess you can't have everything. But you mentioned Jazz, right? Jazz talking about him playing at 70%. I think he needs that because he said, if I go balls to the wall 100%, I could be trash. Like, that 70% swing off Max Scherzer looked good the other day. Jazz, I'm not worried about. Jazz said the other day, AirPod Jazz is back. And we were all kind of like, what is he talking about on Twitter? And he's like, I'm deaf to everything. I'm just here to play baseball. And I think that is because of the noise around Aaron Boone going on a podcast that everybody covered, everybody got sound bites from. Jazz was like, I got to go, dark. I got to just tap out. Like, I need to just focus on baseball because there's all of these takes and all of these things going around the Yankees and the manager and this Yankees team I'm on. And, Anthony Volpe, his infield mate, Volpe after the game, he's come through the school of these Yankees and they, everything's all right. No, I got to be aggressive. Those are plays I got to make. Like, nope, everything's fine. Everything's fine. What you're seeing is not what they're seeing. You guys heard Susan Waldman. Susan Waldman literally said, I must have been watching a different game. Well, there's no game on tonight, so we get a little bit of a break. I always say these are like mental health days for us, and we shouldn't need so many. When the Yankees are off, you should be like, man, I can't wait to get back out there. I can't wait to see them. I can't wait. And it's like, we're going to come into Yankee Stadium tomorrow with this, like, I don't know, man. Hopefully Will Warren, who has struggled against National League teams, specifically the elite teams with good lineups, like hopefully Will Warren gets out of this first inning. What are we going to get out of Marcus Stroman? What version of Carlos Rodon are we going to get? Are these guys going to be able to hit? When we come back, we'll talk about the pitching matchups. We'll talk about this matchup against Philadelphia. We'll still take your calls. I got a bunch of calls about the Yankees lineup, the trade deadline, Aaron Judge, Brian Cashman. We'll keep it here at least for the next hour talking about the Yankees. But there's still more to unpack around the Mets. I think the Phillies is a good conversation to lead us into the Mets. And I do got to talk about Justin Fields, the Jets, and what we're seeing out of Giants camp. 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. KM to AM returns right after this.
Sports with BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. The Jets seemingly survived a major scare on day 2 of camp when Justin Fields was carted off with a lower leg injury. It is just a toe injury, not believed to be significant. He is listed as day-to-day. It seemed worse when he was carted off. Hulk Hogan, who lifted 2 wrestling organizations to unprecedented heights and became a pop culture icon in the process, has died at the age of 71. Hogan, whose real name was Terry Bollea, became the face of the WWE in the 1980s, winning the heavyweight championship in his match against Andre the Giant in 1988 through a 15.2 Nielsen rating with 33 million viewers. His life, though, not without controversy. He originally denied using steroids, but later, under immunity from prosecution in the Vince McMahon steroid trial, admitted to using for 13 to 14 years. It is a night off for both the local baseball teams. The Mets find themselves back in first place as they hit the road for the next 6, starting tomorrow in San Francisco. The Yankees, 4 games back in the AL East, return home to face the Phillies, who are second in the NL East. What's happening? I'm Rich Jackson.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. This is supposed to be fun, but it's supposed to be spirited and critical. Like, this is what we do, man. This is New York. We're the best fans in the world. And a guy like Derek Jeter will tell you, these are the best fans in the world. They watch everything. They're on top of everything. You can't get anything by them. Shout out to Jeets. Hope he's well. Hope the fam is well. And, I don't mind him not coming to Old Timers Day. Hey, even when we didn't know, I said, I didn't care. I'm like, yo, he's not obligated to come back. And for years, they didn't play the game. And then when we heard the game was coming back, folks pointed at Jeter and they're like, oh, Jeter didn't want to play the game. Well, now play the game without him. Jeter is huge, his own personal brand and what he brought to the Yankees, but the show will go on without him maybe another year. And happy birthday to his daughter. And like I said, I hope his family as well. Jeter put the family stuff on the back burner. You feel me? Like when Jeter was playing, he didn't do the marriage and kids. Now that he's married and has his kids, I understand. I understand completely. I'll be there at Old Timers Day. Can't wait. I think the last Old Timers Day I went to was exactly 10 years ago, 2015. I got this old 2015 Old Timers Day shirt that I bought from somebody outside the stadium. I'm going to rock that when I go there for August 9th, the 77th Old Timers Day. And we'll relive the old times and we'll reminisce the 2000 Yankees and celebrate that 25 years, since stepping right up and beating the Mets. And all you guys love to call WFN and talk about a Subway Series and Mets versus Yankees. Well, as of right now, the Yankees are 4 games back out of first place after Toronto just handled business. Completely outclassed the Yankees, just outplayed them. And just like in so many little ways, it showed you like they are actually ready to, contend and they are better than we wanted to give them credit. But the Mets are a half game ahead of the Phillies. And, yesterday I had said, what a day yesterday was for the Met fan. I was kind of just like tongue in cheek, like laughing about it. Like for the Met fan, the building is packed. The Mets are celebrating 200,000 and 250,000 fans and consistent sellouts. And the Mets sweep the Angels, even the umpires on your side. Had a flight to catch one to get out of there. Lindor breaks out of his slump. Pete Alonso hits a 3-run bomb. Pete Alonso's closer to the all-time record as a Met. Brandon Nimmo played his 500th game in Citi Field. He got the party started. The young guys, the baby Mets are doing it. Francisco Alvarez is back, and Brett Beatty Bonds is hitting the ball, and everything is turning up great for the Mets. Even former Met Chris Bassett shoves against the Yankees, and then the Yankees, if you're a Met fan, you watch that day game, and then you decide to watch the Yankee game. You watch the Yankees do what damned them in the World Series. Not catch the ball, not throw the ball to the right place. And former Met Chris Bassett on the mound outlast Max Fried. And after that game ends, the Boston Red Sox in 11 innings defeat the Phillies. So the Mets got it all going, man. They even got a new home run celebration with this big-ass sandal now. Pablo Sanchez, the backyard sports character, they're undefeated since he pulled up. Elmo was seen in the City Connect uniform. The vibes are good for the Mets. Happy flight. They're going to head out. And, you got those West Coast games. I always talk about how, when I was a little bit younger on Yankees Twitter, it used to always be this thing about the West Coast games. Like, you're not a real fan if you don't stay up to watch the West Coast games. And as I got older, got married, had a kid, I'm like, I'm going to bed. You can always watch the encore. You can always watch the condensed game. You can always, catch it on a replay the next day. Prioritize your sleep. But yeah, the Mets coming up. They have the Giants 10:15, 9:05, and then Sunday 7:10 p.m. But then when we get into next week, Monday and Tuesday 9:40 p.m. starts. Those are rough if you work all day and you want to see your team play. But these are crucial games against teams in the National League that are pretty good. So it's also crucial for the Yankees to sweep the Phillies to help the Mets. Mets fans for Yankees. I don't expect the Yankees to sweep the Phillies. I just don't. I don't know what to expect. I'm hoping that the Yankees can hit and pitch and catch the ball and throw it to the right spot, but I'm not confident. I just think that the Philadelphia Phillies have so many hitters and good pitchers. And I said we'd look at the pitching matchups coming up. I think I told you about the Yankees, who they're rolling out there. So you'll get Taijuan Walker versus Will Warren tomorrow in Yankee Stadium. Then we'll get Ranger Suarez versus Marcus Stroman on Saturday. And then Sunday, it'll be Zach Wheeler versus Carlos Rodon. Advantage goes to the Phillies as far as the pitching is concerned. And yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the stadium. Like I said, I'm going Friday, I'm going Sunday. I plan on going Tuesday. And, you know, you go to the game and you try to will them to victory. You go to the game and you try to be the 10th man. I think I heard, was it Brandon Nimmo? Or maybe it was Pete Alonso who said that's how they feel in Citi Field. Citi Field is a legit home field advantage for the Mets. Yankee Stadium has to be a home field advantage for the Yankees coming up. And I expect 45,000, you know, to be at all of these games because it's summertime and we're in the thick of it. And the Phillies fans are going to be there. And, you know, you got Tampa in your own division. You got to keep them back. And here we go. Coming up on the trade deadline. Coming off of, you know, going to Toronto. You don't have to go back to Toronto again. You don't have to go out west again. The Yankees getting back home into their own homes and apartments with their wives and significant others, their kids, their dogs, their cats, whatever. Hopefully some home cooking does them well, and they'll be ready to rock. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. Mike is in Queens on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Keith. What's going on, my brother?
Hanging out, watching actually Jalen Hurts and that touchdown that he had against the Rams, that like 45-yard rushing touchdown. It's just on NFL Network in here. I'm going to get to the football later. I can't wait.
No doubt. Blake Ross is going to be the NFC best quarterback this year. Watch. But anyway, you'll see. But anyway, to get to my Yankee points, I have two quick points. I noticed going back after Jeter and that whole 2009 team, and then once they finally all retired, baby bombers, and then there was all this, the baby bombers, Judge, and all these new players. But what really gets me is how can you not fortify your positions? How can you not have a third baseman? That's your third baseman. You remember we had Luke Voigt and Mike Ford platooning first base. We had this guy here. Like, where's this guy's at third base. This guy's the catcher. You know what I mean? Like that. Mm-hmm. That's what I really.
Torres can play shortstop. You know,
right.
We'll trade for IKF, make him a shortstop. Oh no, that doesn't work. We'll put him in the outfield. Let's put Jake Bowers in the outfield.
Yeah, like these scrubs. Like I don't understand. Like, to me, it comes from the top. Hal is not a baseball man. He's a businessman. So first thing in line of business is the business aspect of the game. If you have a man that's a baseball man and a businessman that knows what they're doing.
I would say he's more of a baseball man than some of these other owners. Thanks for the call, Mike. I would say like just being with the Yankees from Georgia, like there's some of these owners, they're not baseball guys at all. But that's why they hire president of baseball operations, general managers, Hal Trust and Brian Cashman. But there are too many years, like this year and other years, that it seems like they find themselves in this maze where they build their own maze and they stop themselves and say, we spent too much. We're going to have to go with Oswald Cabrera, DJ LeMahieu, and Oswald Peraza at third base. Are you sure about that? That's going to get you through a season that you're supposed to get back to the World Series? Well, Cabrera gets hurt. DJ can't physically play the position. You put him at second base. He can barely play second base. You have to DFA him because it's getting loud. Peraza can't hit. He can't hit. And he's not even that solid fielding. So that, like, you know what I'm saying? Nobody forced you to do that. Nobody made you do that. You found your own ways to that end. Oh, Jason Dominguez. It's time for Jason Dominguez to come up, right? Because last year, they get Juan Soto, which was also a response to like, okay, we go 82-80. We missed the postseason. The fans are loud. The fans are pissed off. What do? Well, we go out and get Juan Soto via trade. And you have the best tandem in baseball between Judge and Soto. And that covered up a lot of warts. But at the same time, it still came to bite you. It still came back to bite you. Juan Soto had some plays that he didn't make in the World Series. Judge is playing out of position. Judge is your right fielder, should be in right field, but he moves over to center. And then there's all these other different things that you got to like, okay, even Ben Rice, right? With Rizzo at first base. Ben Rice has to come up last year, and he had a little bit of a pub, but he's a catcher that has to play first base at the major league level. It's not as simple as people like to think it is. That ball is coming in hot, and not everybody in that infield can hit you in the chest. You got to be able to scoop that ball quickly. It's tough. Like, I feel like they have set up their own issues so many times. Why do you have 3 left-handed catchers? One who was out of baseball. One who barely... Like, and Ben Rice is a catcher at this level or first baseman at this level. And then Austin Wells, who's hot, then cold, then hot, then cold. And he's still fairly young. You've given away a bunch of catchers over the years. Narvaez is with the Red Sox. Luis Torrens is with the Mets. Augustin Ramirez is with the Marlins. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll be thinking too much about this. Joe is in Ronkonkoma on the Fan. What's up, Joe?
Yo, Cam, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
You got it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you. Yeah, the previous caller made some good points. Kind of was when to talk about the lineup construction. They do have a good, if you think about it, they do actually have a good lineup in the outfield. Bellinger in left, Grisham in center, Judge in right.
Yeah.
You know, coming into spring training, coming to the beginning of the season, you know, we didn't know if we were going to go Dominguez or Grisham kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. So you would probably agree that Grisham has the starting position in the outfield because he's been better overall than Dominguez.
Sure. He's your leadoff hitter more than not. He's your center fielder more than not.
So we just keep him in center, Bellinger in left, Judge in right. And then the infield's not that terrible. We have Jazz at second.
Mm-hmm.
You know, keep Goldschmidt at first and let Volpe,
but they don't
ride
keep
it out.
Goldschmidt at first.
That's what I'm saying. Let's
play
just
the
keep him
numbers.
there. Just keep him there. Stop messing around with the numbers.
I think they will. I think they have to. But then when he's striking out 3 times or he's not as effective because he's 38 years old, because it's the second half of the season, then that's something that they'll tinker with. I mean,
yeah, just let him ride. Maybe the next game he'll be better. Just keep it consistent.
Now, what about the left side of the infield?
Well, we definitely need a third baseman. Obviously, they didn't address that.
Huge problem.
You know,
what about the shortstop?
Shortstop, just let him go. You know, he's young. You just let him go. I mean,
we can't just let him go if this team is supposed to win the World Series. Thanks for the call, Joe. Like, that's what I'm saying. We can't just it can't just be status quo. It can't just be like this is good enough if you expect to win. You're not fooling anybody. Everybody's watching. Anthony Volpe leads the league in errors. You can't just say, oh, just let him go. He's young. They let him go for 3 years. Are you trying to win or not? Are you trying to just win some games, or are you trying to win a championship? That is what you have sold to all of us. That is what we expect. You got to the World Series last year, and you struggled at many times during the regular season last year. Luckily, you got out of the gate the way you did, and you were able to finish it. And you know what? Not for nothing. They say the American League is weak this year. It was weak as hell last year compared to this year. It is not going to be the cakewalk that people said the Yankees cakewalk through last year. And I didn't like to hear that because you play who you play. But come on, bro. Their road to the World Series was Bobby Witt Jr.'s Royals, who a year before lost 106 games, and the Guardians. I don't have to even tell you about the Guardians. You know, the Guardians aren't beating the Yankees. They're not. This year is going to be a little different when you look at who's out there. And I know the Tigers have come back down to earth some, but the Houston Astros are out there, and there are other teams in the mix. The Yankees got to worry about their own division. And if you think you're going to be able to beat these teams that do things like just hit infield singles and leg them out and steal bases and put pressure on your defense, you're not going to be able to win by saying, just let them go. We can get by. We can get through this game. We can get through this series. The math ain't mathing to me. The numbers are the same. You can't come out of the All-Star break and punt the first game because you're trying to line your pitching up. How did that work for you? You lined up Rodon and Max Fried for the Toronto series. You lost both of those games. Keith is in Connecticut on the Fan next. Hello, Keith.
You are the man. Good to talk to you again, my friend.
Thanks for the call.
All right, I got a bunch of points. Positive, but then I'm going to call out Caston in the end. As always,
positive, Keithy. Go ahead.
But I got a chance to see Somerset over the weekend. All right, first off, did you see how our boy had 3 home runs today. Did you see how
Of course.
2 of them were oppo, and then did you see how 2 were on 0-2 count?
Yeah, and his stance, he's still tweaking his stance a little bit more. He's got that long leg in the air. I'm watching Spencer Jones. I got to meet Spencer Jones. You spoke on Somerset last time I went out to Somerset. The good folks out there made sure that I got to, converse with him, take some pictures with him, shake his hand. I talked to him, and as I'm looking at this dude, I'm like, this guy's a pro. He looks MLB ready. Fast forward a couple months.
My man. I mean, 0-2 and then going oppo on 2, he's getting close to being ready. There's a positive. Second one, by chance, I know what the Yankees are going to do in the bullpen because they got this kid, Michael Arias, that I saw Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen this in a game, Keith, ever. Ready? They brought this guy in the 8th inning on a 3-2 count with 2 outs and the bases loaded. And this kid broke off such a nasty slider that the batter had no clue what to do. And he threw 5 or 6 times.
You thinking they're going to call him up?
I do. You heard it here first. You come back to me. They're going to call him eventually up. Yes.
Okay, I think he might be trade bait. But who knows?
Possibly. But like I said, knowing that they need another arm in the bullpen and where it is, knowing that he could throw 100, and like I said, that slider was nasty on a 3-2. Never saw somebody brought it in. So that was semi-positive. George hit a home run. He's legit. Look forward to seeing him down the road.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They said he was the best player in the Futures game down in Atlanta. He's another kid I got an opportunity to meet at Somerset, shake his hand, talk to, looking at pause, but I'm looking at these guys' physiques. I'm looking at their stature. I'm looking at how they stand. I'm looking at how they play the field. And I'm like, these are peloteros. These are ball players. These are soon-to-be pros.
No offense, looking at him to Volpe, you know where I'm going with that. Volpe's been hitting them not, but this kid has got the stature.
Mm-hmm.
So here's where I call the Yankees out. They had Ben Shields that pitched the other day, right? Ready for this? This is his 4th start in Somerset. That's why I can't stand the Yankees. 4th start in Somerset. He pitched 5.2 innings, right? He gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, and had 3 Ks and 2 walks, right? Guess how many pitches he pitched?
I don't know the number.
Ready? Was so mad and was ready to walk out of the stadium. 71 pitches.
No way.
It's his 4th start, right? Coming up. This is where they're not stretching these guys out and doing what they're supposed to develop them the right way. There was no goddamn reason that this guy shouldn't have went longer, knowing it's his 4th start. We're in the middle of July.
There's some kind of plan. I don't know. There's some kind of, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Maybe he said something.
You ready to plan?
I don't know.
This is why I can't stand the Yankees. It's to keep being competitive, not to win it all.
Yeah, it's
and they have
crazy,
these
bro.
guys
We're
that are
in
doing
this
this.
era of that's enough, bro. There's these arbitrary numbers. There's these imaginary limits, and it's like
I'm saying, why would you not stretch him out? No, we need another starting pitcher or whatever. His 4th start, but again, he threw very well and only threw 71 pitches. Efficient, but you're not stretching
that'll
him.
do. That'll do. That was 70 was the number they had him at for that day. Why? We don't know. But in their meetings and whatever they decided, he was going to get to 70 pitches and be done.
So if you looked at him, the last couple of how they're trying to build them up, they're basically letting them pitch 5, 6 innings, right? But unfortunately, if you look at on the stats, they don't show the stats. I was just lucky to be at the game, and I was paying attention the whole game, how much is he throwing because he was so efficient. And I was like, he's doing well, but they don't develop him right. And this is where we as fans and we get mad at the organization. This is where I'm calling Cashman out. Do a better job developing these guys. Let this guy go a little longer. Figure out how to do your shit the right way, because the way you're doing it.
Thanks for the call, Keith. Just got to keep it clean. I think when we came back in, I said this is a children's program. You had some good info from you going to the games, but we are the world. This is for the children. One of these young guys is probably on the line right now. We got to keep it clean out here. Maybe when we get later in the night, you can. The S word never goes. The S word gets dumped immediately. 888-808.
This is your fault. He got too excited.
You on air talking like it's just you and me.
Yeah, we at the bar right now.
It happens a lot. But good. That's how this should feel. When you listen to the radio, at least for me, when you listen to my show, you listen to radio, I want you to feel like we're hanging out. These are conversations that we would have in the bar, in the ballpark. I'm not an analyst. I didn't play pro baseball. I am a fan. I'm a fan. And I don't act like I'm Johnny Baseball or baseball savant. I admit when I'm wrong about things. If somebody hits me with some facts or some numbers to back something up with a take or a rant like I said that about Goldie the other night, I just got mad. I was pissed off watching him strike out 3 times and watching them lose, and I was coming for everybody. But Goldie is not anywhere near the problem of the New York Yankees. Goldie is actually a great add to the New York Yankees. Goldie is a guy that they connected to Aaron Judge, and as we talk about GM Judge and how people talk about how Judge protected DJ from being DFA'd last year, how Verdugo, who's out of baseball, was on this team because of Judge. Well, if Goldie gave the nod, or Judge gave the nod to go get Goldie, Goldie has been good this year. He's lacking a little bit of the pop. He's lacking a little bit of the homers, extra base hits, but hopefully they get him going this weekend. And Judge got to get him going, man. It's time. I think I heard Tiki calling for it. I don't know what it's going to take, but the leader of the team, the captain of the team, right? If it's not coming from Aaron Boone, somehow it's got to come from Judge. And there's ways to do it. And I think this is him growing in his captaincy. There's a way to do it. Like, I don't know why. I just think there needs to be a word. And I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word is for them to just say, hey, lock in. Hey, let's go. Focus up. Right now, we need these last 2 outs. We need this last out. Judge leads by example, but he's got to be a little more vocal. And we have seen him pull guys to the side of the dugout, but like, I don't know. Something's got to give here. Something's got to change here. They have enough talent on this team. And when you look at the odds that came out today, I think MLB put the odds out for the World Series. And I know it's gambling and it's Vegas and whatever they want you to bet. But, it's the Yankees and the Tigers that they expect to come out of the American League. And the Yankees can beat the Tigers. You know why? Because those Tigers will have to come here to the Bronx. The Yankees can beat the Tigers because they have more experience. I think experience plays. The Yankees just made a run to the World Series last year. You can't waste another year of Aaron Judge's career, right? That's what they say. Even though Cole is down, Schmidt is down, you've had all these different injuries. You can't waste another year of Aaron Judge's prime. Well, Judge can't waste another year of his prime. If I was him, I would get a little pissed off, fired up about it. And if I was him, this would be the October that I carry us. And if you want to walk me, okay, here comes Jazz. Here comes Belly or whoever it is. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mawa and talk to Mateo next. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
Keith, it is awesome to be on with you. Big fan of yours, big fan of your show, and of course, big fan of the Yankees. And you've really summarized it beautifully. I mean, it's just been absolutely brutal. Especially, the way that they're losing, right? It's one thing to lose, but give it, valiant effort and play a clean game. But to see them kick the ball around the way that they are is just sickening. And just something I'm really curious to get your perspective on, Keith, as a true diehard Yankee fan. Game 1, I'm watching the game with my brother, and something that infuriated me even more than the way that they're playing. And I really hate to criticize this guy of all people. I mean, he's so great, but I don't know if you noticed, Aaron Judge, when he would get on first base, his antics and his buddy with Vladdy Jr. of all people, Keith, of all people, Keith, we're coming into this game, 4 games down in the division. This is supposed to be a rival. It's, AL East, and of all people, Vladdy Jr., who I'm sure has talked a lot of smack about the Yankees. Really since he's come into the league. He hates the Yankees. He'll never play in pinstripes. To watch Judge be all buddy with him, not only for game 1, but all 3 games, it infuriated me. And just the way that we played on top of that was just the icing on the cake. So I'm sick to my stomach, and I want to hear your thoughts.
Stay with me, bro. I talked about it last night. Vladdy's throwing up the 4 when his manager's throwing up the 4. Almost in a way like it's a joke, we're mocking you, like we're taking you out of the game. Yep, come over here and stand by me. But you know what? At the end of the day, these guys were just with each other in Atlanta. They're all stars every year. They make $40 million a year playing baseball. It is not so contentious. It is not so like we as fans were more hyped up for that game last night than they were. Like it's not that deep for them. And also, there's a longer view here. Like, nothing was lost or won last night. Oh, the tiebreaker was lost. But, yeah, we talked about that last night. I was in a spaces on Twitter where fans were mad and they were saying, how is Judge yucking it up, talking to Vladdy. Vladdy has come out of his mouth to say he hates the Yankees. He never signed with the Yankees. He loves to beat the Yankees. Like, those guys are more fired. George Springer, Miles Straw, Addison Barger, Davis Schneider. Like, you could tell those guys want to kill the Yankees, and the Yankees just roll out there thinking they can homer their way to victory, and they don't. Thanks for the call, Mateo. We got a break. It's just Judge's demeanor. But I don't know. We can't read too much into it. I don't know his relationship with Vladdy, but the way I see it is like, these guys have been around each other for years. They've been all-stars for years. They've been going against each other for years. And you see it in all sports. NBA for sure. These NFL, these guys swapping jerseys after the game. Like, these guys, we would see a Blue Jays fan and look the other way. They see a player on the Blue Jays and it's, hey, buddy, how's it going, man? All good. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
Yankees are back in the Bronx taking on the Phillies. 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Giddy up, baby. Giddy up.
Yo, I got to get back on this chat, bro. I'm lacking on the chat for real. Let me switch up the vibes out here. I'm like an hour back in the chat. This is from like 7:30. I respect the Mets for sending down Alvarez, and he got right. The kid needs it. Actually, that just reminded me. I want to send Ray something. Joe Madden talking about Volpe.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
This is the story of the one. Granger offers the he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. Dependable delivery. So he is the challenge. Granger, click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger for the one.
All right, link being sent. Let's see. Joe Madden talks about what he wants to see from the Yankees defense. And then he talked about Volpe.
So you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find this in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets. The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom.
What is this? Let's see.
Jeep for details today and join the family. Jeep, there's only one.
Yeah.
Valid on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep brand vehicles. Supplies, not all buyers will ends 7/31/25. Jeep is a registered FCA US LLC.
Now, it's like blocking our low price. Let's bring rolling and Puerto Rico.
Discover the best mobile look. Post that perfect sunset on nice left and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees.
Bro, what is going on?
So you can use your phone so you don't have
The lights just I gotta switch up the white balance. Let me adjust. All right, we're good. All right, quickly, man. I don't even know how to get through this chat the last hour. Outsider looking at Mets fan. If Judge isn't saying anything in the clubhouse, I bet nobody else feels like they can because Judge isn't so good. Fair or not, he's supposed to take the lead. Like, we'll never know. I have no idea what gets said in the clubhouse because Judge is so good, right? Judge is the best player on the team. If he's not pissed off, if he's not fired up, then I don't know. Actually, I want to go to that from last night. Let's see if I can go to the Yes Network and get Judge's audio.
All right. 888-808-1019. I was waiting for that part of the beat. I know, Ray, I saw you were waiting for that part of the beat as well. Let's get back into it. Keith McPherson on the Fan, talking about the Yankees and talking all around the Yankees, right? We'll play some audio before the end of this hour from Joe Madden talking about the Yankees on MLB Network's MLB Now. I also am looking for some audio from last night that I had in my note. My notes are just so deep, especially when I go from like a whole day yesterday and then not too much happens between 2 a.m. to 7 p.m. today. So my Apple Notes where I put my notes, they're just stacked with things. And to search them sometimes for certain links, you can't just search the link. But I want to get some audio from last night's game, and that's going to be able to cue up a conversation, something that I'm thinking about and something that we've already talked about with the Yankees, with Aaron Judge, with the leadership. Something's got to change. Something's got to give. Let's get back to the phones. Mike in Queens on the Fan. Mike, you ready?
Yeah, what's going on, my man? First of all, I appreciate your honesty. Like, you talk the truth, man.
Somebody's got to be honest.
I gotta tell you,
tell the truth.
I'm 66 years old. I've been a Yankee fan since I can remember. And this team just flat out stinks. And we can make all the excuses we want. We can blame Cashman spends the money the wrong way. These are professional ball players. They got to catch the ball, and they got to hit the ball. The whole left side of the team's got to go. From the catcher,
third base, shortstop, left field.
Jason Dominguez. Gotta go. And I'm a firm believer, yeah, Goldie strikes out a lot, but you know what? That experience means right. And what is Stanton doing on the bench every other game?
Scheduled rest, and playing the numbers. And yeah, Stan starts heating up, and they still got to rest him to cool him off. And that's part of their philosophy. That's part of the way they see the game and how they go about doing their business.
Does anybody tell Cashman that people can rest when they're dead? I mean, they don't need to rest. These guys getting paid 30, 40, and in 5 guys, it's almost $180 million in salaries. How do they expect to build a team when they got no money to pay anybody else?
Yeah, the roster is clunky. Thanks for the call, Mike. I keep using the word clunky. I don't have a better word. The roster is not as fluid as it should be. You run into too many obstacles building out the lineup. What I will say this year, and I've said this earlier in the season, at least this Yankees team has bats coming off the bench that you can feel good about in pinch hitting situations. But then there's situations where they don't even do that right, where they don't even pinch hit the right guy, or they don't pinch hit at all. And we've seen that this year where, wanted to give Vivas the opportunity or Escara the opportunity. I want to go to some audio right now because we keep talking about Judge, right? And as much as we ask of Judge, like, we're still asking for more. Judge is the man. Judge is the captain, the all-star. This guy's an MVP, the reigning MVP. He's going for the Triple Crown this year. We're asking for him to homer us to victory. We're asking him to go out there in right field and be a Gold Glover. Well, now we're asking Judge to lead vocally to show us some fire, to give us some emotion. And I don't know if that is in him. I don't know if that's his way. But as I was watching the post game in here last night, and if you didn't see the video, just listen to the audio. And I will. We're not going to play the whole thing, but I will react to Aaron Judge and Meredith asking him last night a couple questions. Let me see the line of questioning. And Judge is from the Getarian school, but so this is them asking Judge last night about the game. Let's hear how Judge went about answering this question, and pay attention to the pauses. Pay attention to the slowness of his response and even the words that he chooses in his answer. Go for it.
And just said he believes you guys have a very good defense, but it's just been a rough 2 series up here. Why do you think you guys have struggled so much defensively up here?
It's tough to say. I think, we haven't been playing that well on defense. We got a lot of things we got to clean up, and that's one of the things we got to clean up. So, kind of going into this off day, we just got to refocus and just tighten it up a little bit on defense, because pitchers are good in good spots, to keep us in the game so our offense can do its thing, and we give any good team extra outs. It's not gonna go well for us.
Aaron, talk a little bit about this, but do you feel like when mistakes happen, you guys get tight and fearful that maybe more will follow?
I don't think so. A lot of these guys, we've had a long playoff run last year. We've been in big moments, big situations. So everybody in this room is battle tested. Even all the young guys, veteran guys we got here, playing some big games, big moments. So we never feel like anything's getting tight in here, or guys are getting nervous.
You can cut it. You can cut it now. You can cut it now. I got to react. So, let's go backwards. He's asked about guys getting tight and being fearful. Great question by whoever asked it. You can see it with your eyes when there are runners on, when the game is tied, and the Toronto Blue Jays are putting pressure on them. They do get tight. That they don't catch the ball, throw the ball in the right place. They make mistakes. And Judge's answer is to go back to last year. And they keep hearkening back to the World Series. Like, them making the World Series last year was a gift and a curse. It ended the drought of appearances, but they can just hang their hat on last year. Last year, we made the World Series. Never mind the route, and never mind how, we played in that World Series, but last year we made the World Series. A lot of these guys were on the team. What are we talking about? It's a different team. Like Susan said, I must have watched a different game. Trent Grisham couldn't get off the bench last year. He didn't play on the run to the World Series or in the World Series. Cody Bellinger wasn't here. He was a Cub. Ben Rice was another guy that they didn't let sniff the field. Jason Dominguez wasn't allowed to be on the... What are we talking about? JC Escara? Oswald Peraza? That's cap. Those are lies. And I guess it sounds good to tell the media, but this is not the same team. The guys that they're putting out there are tightening up. They are fearful. And then he goes back to, if you just heard how he answered the first question about them struggling up there in Toronto, they know that Toronto has their number. They know that they can't rock with Toronto. And now that's over, that Toronto owns the tiebreaker and has the season series on them. It's just not good enough. Not good enough. We got to clean it up. Hasn't been good enough. How, though? Or how do you clean it up? How do you make it good enough? Who? That's what I want to know. When does it change? Because I'm fearful that it can't change. I'm fearful that this is who they are. It's in their DNA. And I'm worried that it's too late. You can't get a new team. You can get a couple new pieces and players. The mentality has to change. The urgency has to tick up. The fearfulness has to turn into fearfulness on the field when you get fearful that you're going to commit an error or not make a throw, into fearfulness going into the game that I could be traded. I could be benched. I got to be on my job. I have the ability. I got to get it done. I'm being paid millions to do this. These fans are watching. These fans are depending on me to make this throw, to get this out. I have to. Peter is in Sussex County. Hello, Peter.
Hello, and thank you for putting me on. And boy, you hit it right on the head. This is a different team, but there is a common denominator, and that's Mr. Aaron Boone. Guess what? That boy needs to answer for what's going on out there.
There is no discipline. There's no baseball IQ. That comes from the manager. And it goes down to the coaching staff. Yes, they have a few young people, and yes, they have some veterans, but they all come together as a team led by their manager. And you can't fire everybody, but you can fire your manager. They need to get somebody to take over this ball club, and they look pathetic. There's no way in heck they're going to get into the playoffs. Boston is coming up on their rear end. The Tampa Bay, this trip that they're going to make with the Phillies and Tampa Bay, forget about it. The Phillies are fighting with the Mets. They're not going to give in to no Yankees. And Tampa Bay, this is an embarrassment. Okay? And I hope the Steinbrenners are listening, because they're not doing any justice to anyone by keeping Boone as the head of this ball club.
Thanks for the call, Peter. A couple things. I know you guys are going to say they stink. They don't stink. They have a lot of talent. They have won a lot of games. Honestly, they've blown a lot of games. They should be at 60 wins, tied with all of these teams in the standings that have 60 wins. Saying there's no way they make the postseason. They're going to make the postseason. They better. And if they don't make the postseason, then it's grounds for firing the manager. But they're not going to do that either. He just read up. So I took calls last night from people talking about it's time. It's time. Aaron Boone's got to go. It's time. This week was, and I'm like, something's got to change. I think Aaron Boone's got to stop doing the podcast. And no disrespect to John Boy and Jake, what they've built and having Talking Yanks and having Aaron Boone on there. But I don't think it does any good. I don't think it helps his case. I don't think it helps the team. He meets the media every game. He's got to do a podcast now every Tuesday and be grilled with the same questions and give the same answers, but then also be like mad and answering questions in a fired up way that, like, I swear I know that these guys know. Like Jazz is tweeting, AirPod Jazz is back, and like that adds another layer of pressure on these guys, because Cameron Maven comes out and talks about, I played for Aaron Boone. These guys love Aaron Boone. So Aaron Boone is out there in the media being the face of the Yankees on a podcast and in the post game, defending them to the end of the universe. And then they go out there and they don't play well enough. And it does, like, it's a merry-go-round of mistakes, a comedy of errors, and different guys. Something's got to change. They're not changing the manager, because you know what? Where has Aaron Boone managed? What other Major League Baseball teams? 888-808-1019. Somebody call me up and tell me what other team Aaron Boone, trivia time. What any other team that Aaron Boone managed? He hasn't. He is the Yankees manager, hand-picked, hand-selected. He's their guy. He's Cashman's guy. Him and Cashman are connected. He's not going anywhere. He's doing what they want them to do. Like, you think that Aaron Boone, as much baseball as Aaron Boone knows, his family ties, he grew up in the game, played the game at a pro level. Like, you think Aaron Boone doesn't know all of this stuff? But his job is to not reveal any of that, not to give in. And as much as we talk about what goes on behind closed doors, it ain't working. So you could tell me that, he's pulling guys to the side. He might have a different personality. Well, it's not working, because the same thing happens over and over again. And not just with these players, team after team after team after team, because I feel like it's too much of cool dad. And I've been doing this now for 4 years, 4 seasons on the Fan. I say the same things over and over again. Cool dad lets you go downstairs and bring the pizza rolls downstairs, make a mess on the couch, tear the place up. But then when cool dad comes down and says, what the hell happened down here? Like, it's tough to turn on the, hey, now clean up. Now I want you. It's like, man, whatever. You told us we'd come down here and play video games and eat down here and make noise and do whatever. Like, yeah, now you want to get mad at us. Now you want to, and it doesn't, his words, I don't feel like they carry anything, because there's really nothing on the other side of it. There's no threat of losing your job. When the shortstop of the team, as we want to talk about Derek Jeter not coming back for Old Timers Day, the shortstop of the team right now is protected in a way that we've never seen anybody protected, honestly. And so you think the other players don't hear all that and see all of that? You can go out there and lead the league in errors. You can go out there and not produce, but you're safe. It fosters an energy around the team of like, this is satisfactory. This is good enough, until it's not. Until you run into a team like the Toronto Blue Jays, or you run into whatever team. Let's take a step back, folks. It ain't just the Blue Jays. They got swept by the Red Sox. You know, it ain't just the Blue Jays. They had trouble going to Cincinnati and dealing with the Cincinnati Reds. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim came into Yankee Stadium, took the first 3 games from them, had them shut out, had them going through a scoreless streak. Like, it's not just that. Breaking news in the baseball world, as we are a week away from the trade deadline. Reminder, folks, you don't have to wait until the end of the deadline. Jeff Passan reports the Seattle Mariners are acquiring first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks. 2 teams that we know are open for business. So the Diamondbacks are selling. They just moved off Josh Naylor, who they got in the offseason as we were looking at Christian Walker and Paul Goldschmidt, Carlos Santana and Josh Bell and all these other possibles at first base. Josh Naylor goes to Seattle. They're trying to add more thump in that lineup. Go ahead and get Suarez back. The Mariners are going for it. The Diamondbacks are selling. So I'd be calling them up tonight, tomorrow. Hey, who else you guys trying to get rid of? I'm trying to see what they traded for. Okay, the Diamondbacks will receive left-handed pitcher Brandon Garcia, Seattle's number 13 prospect, and right-handed pitcher Ashton Izzy, their number 16 prospect, from the Mariners for Josh Naylor. You know Josh Naylor, Rock the Baby, Garrett Cole is my son. You guys remember all that. But yeah, it's on. It's an off day. There's not too many games going on in Major League Baseball today. And everybody's open for business. Can we get some breaking news for the Yankees before I get out of here at midnight? That'd be nice. Justin in Floral Park on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Keith? How are you, buddy?
I'm all right. Just talking through it.
Hey, man. Here's the breaking news. Cashman will hold on to his prospects for another year. I mean, Keith, it's the same story every year. Okay, it don't matter if you're managing, I'm managing. Okay, this guy has no clue what he's doing, Cashman. Okay, he tries to bully you with the offense, and it doesn't work come postseason. And where's our situational hitting? It's nowhere to be found, Keith. We're home run or nothing. We've been like that since we won 2009, which was, one of my favorite teams. It was a great story with A-Rod, coming back from being like dead. And now it's just every year they try to get a thumper or more thumpers. They don't get situational hitting. And now our bullpen's in shambles. So we have so many issues. Volpe's terrible. He's taking a step back. He's okay because, the manager loves him. He'll coddle him, like you said, like his own son. And that's it. There's no accountability on this team. And I just, listen, Toronto is light years better than us. Look, they're winning today against Detroit, 11-1. 11-1 they're winning today. So it's another half game we're out. Keith, I just don't see it getting better. And listen, I would love to go to Arizona, get Merrill Kelly here, get Suarez here, and maybe get somebody in the bullpen. But he's not going to do it because he's going to hold on to these guys until they're not good. He's done it for the last 16 years.
Yeah, I don't know. I put the question out there, and thanks for the call, Justin. Do you have faith in Brian Cashman to do what needs to be done? They just made a move for Josh Naylor, the Diamondbacks, and they took the number 13 and 16 prospect 2 arms. It was reported last week that that's what the Diamondbacks are looking for, pitching. If you want Suarez, which I don't, if you want Merrill Kelly, if you want Zach Gallen, if you want Jalen Beeks, you got to send them some arms. We got a break. Should I take this up now that I missed the break? I missed the break because we were, we were looking at we were listening to the audio and looking at some things. But I at this point, let me take another couple calls and continue on a couple points. Talking about Volpe, Joe Madden spoke, former manager on MLB Network. You got to hear what he had to say. It echoes something that I said a few days ago. And how do I feel? I'm not getting my hopes up. That's what I said originally when Cashman popped out after they DFA'd DJ. I'm not getting my hopes up that Brian Cashman is going to do what needs to be done. Because, even looking at our left side of the defense, you have Jason Dominguez in left field, who we held on to for 5 years, and all of us were on board with that. But now that he's here, he doesn't look like a defender at all. He looks scared out there. He looks unprepared out there. And everybody told you, oh, Keith, get off of it. He's going to work on it. He's putting in the work. He's going to rep it. And every day he's going to get better. He'll be just fine in left field. Yeah, okay, ball will find you. And then right in front of him in the dirt is Oswald Peraza and Anthony Volpe, who they passed on, I don't know, probably every deadline. You couldn't trade either one of those. You needed both of those guys, right? Because one of those guys was going to be a star. One of those guys were going to pan out. I don't know what to tell you guys, man. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't have the answers. I'm looking for answers. I'm looking for it to change because they do have talent. They can get back to the World Series, but I think they got to take a hard look in the mirror and say enough. This week I talked about the Yankees supposedly auditing themselves and how they backed out of that. They were supposed to have a third party come in and audit them, and they're like, nah, we don't need anybody in here. We don't want anyone to know our secrets. What secrets? What are you hiding from Major League Baseball that they don't have access to? The league has closed the gap on you. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just hoping that they stay healthy, that this deadline comes and they do what's necessary, and they shake the room a little bit. Enough of the buddy. Everything is all good. You know, we're better than they give us credit for, and we're gonna get through this. And it's just a bad series or whatever. Nah, shake the room, send somebody packing in an effort to make this team better, and then let's push towards August, the dog days that are coming, September and October, where we expect you to get back to the World Series. Mario in Long Beach, back on the fan. What's up, man?
What's going on? Great show as always.
Thank you.
And let me spin it a little differently. Let me spin a couple of positives here. But everything you're saying is 100% true. But let me spin a little bit. I think all in all, the problem is there's no accountability in the whole league. If you really look at it, think about it. If you're a high plate payer, your boss is the manager. So the manager makes $2 million, you make $30 million. He can't bench you. So where's the accountability? Because what's the manager going to do to you? They don't do anything, right? To these high play players if they don't run. How about Devers? He refused to play first base. Now he's playing first base. What the hell is that? Could you refuse to do something in your job?
But
Could I in my job?
Devers is a great example. Devers is a champion with the Red Sox, a $300 million man with the Red Sox, and you know what they said? Goodbye. You know why they said goodbye? Because he refused to do what they asked him to do, and just like they put the fear into the rest of that team. Hey, we will send you packing. We will trade you. We will get you up out of here. Now Devers is following the rules and the orders of the team because he's somewhere. He's on a second team. He's somewhere where he has no choice.
It's a perfect example.
But yeah, like there needs to be the fear of you are not in control here. Yes, you make millions of dollars, but if you don't do what's asked of you, and it doesn't have to be an ask of changing your position. What's asked of you is to go out there, have competitive at-bats, which Pat Murphy, the manager of the Brewers, went viral through baseball for because he called out Joey Ortiz. He called out Joey Ortiz because when Joey Ortiz got benched a couple weeks ago, they said, what's wrong with Joey Ortiz? He said, the manager's pissed off. We give this kid a lot. We expect more from him, more competitive at-bats. So he's sitting down today. It was like, what? We thought the days of the managers like that were gone. It's necessary sometimes to get the most out of these guys to kind of like teach them a lesson, but also just like make them rein it in.
How much did Joey Ortiz make?
Oh, nothing. I mean,
all right, there you go. I want to see them do player, and then I'll believe in it. They won't. They don't have the backbone to do it.
Joey Ortiz is a good comp to Volpe. Thanks for the call, Mario. Joey Ortiz is a good comp to Volpe. There's actually a Ken Rosenthal article that I clipped, and that'll cue us up to play Joe Madden talking about Volpe when we come back. Let me read from this quickly here, and then we'll go to the break. I got 30 seconds to do that. So Ken Rosenthal writes, lest we forget about Volpe and Oswald Peraza, they once were the jewels of the Yankees farm system, untouchable in trade talks, yada, yada, yada. They passed on Corey Seager, Trey Turner. Peraza, whom the Yankees are likely to replace at third base before the deadline, hasn't recovered from Volpe beating him out for the shortstop spot in 2023. Volpe, Boone keeps insisting, is a good player. In his first postseason last year, he batted .286 with an .815 OPS. But the Yankees' logic seems to be that Volpe will be more than adequate if he can get his OPS into the 700 range and play the defense that won him a Gold Glove. It's not absurd to envision him doing both of these things, but in every aspect of his game, Volpe has regressed. A year ago, he ranked 14th among shortstops in F-WAR. This year, he ranks 24th out of 25, ahead of only Milwaukee Brewers' Joey Ortiz. And then it goes on to say, earlier this month, Milwaukee Brewers manager Pat Murphy stood out when he did what I just said about Ortiz. Ortiz is on a 1-year, $776,000 deal. So I guess they could do that to him. Volpe doesn't make that much either. And I also think that plays into, okay, he's cost effective. He's homegrown. We drafted him. He's a local guy. We like the guy. We like his personality. We don't have to worry about him off the field at all. We want this to work out. But like, if it's not working, you have to do something. And what I had suggested last week was, or not last week, a couple days ago, when Volpe won the job, he won the job competing against two other guys, Peraza and IKF. Iron sharpens iron. Bring someone in for him to compete with, and also insurance in case he gets hurt or doesn't just figure it out. 888-808-1019. We'll play Joe Madden when we come back. I'm up against it. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
It's Boomer and Geo, mornings on the Fan, 1019 FM.
When you pay a guy a lot of money and you lose that guy on the field because he ends up or tends to get hurt, then all that money goes out the window.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating, but that's part of the business, and everybody understands that. It happens to everybody.
Listen to Boomer and Geo on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Zero. Zilch. That's all it takes to drive at Sansone Auto Mall, Woodbridge, New Jersey. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, 0% financing, 3,000 vehicles, Hyundai, Kia, Mazda, Nissan, Jeep, even Toyota, exclusively at the giant Sansone Auto Mall, Route 1, Woodbridge, New Jersey. There's 0 time to waste. On select vehicles with approved credit, interest accrues from date of purchase. See dealer for details.
Oh, no.
That's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Come out to Yankee Stadium in 2025 to see the New York Yankees in action. On Wednesday, July 30th, the Yankees host the Tampa Bay Rays. Don't miss a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Cowboy Hat Night. The first 18,000 guests, 21 or older, will receive a Yankees Cowboy Hat presented by Budweiser. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Rays on Yankees Cowboy Hat Night on July 30th. Saddle up. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured in an accident? You need the
New York Sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Kids' best values at town.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Jets breathing a sigh of relief in what could have been a much worse situation. Justin Fields suffered a dislocated right toe, being called day-to-day. Jets seem to have dodged a major bullet. Aaron Glenn also feels good about Tyrod Taylor, though, if he would need to be stepped in.
Listen, we have an outstanding backup in Tyrod, who's been in this league for around 14 years. So the leadership that he brings, listen, we're all good.
For the Giants, Malik Neighbors has that lingering toe issue himself, so will Brian Dable have to manage that and give him more time off?
We'll see as it goes. I think it's, we'll go through practice, see how it feels. If we have to pull back, we'll pull back some. looked pretty good yesterday.
Yankees limping home after a brutal series in Toronto, looking to right the ship against the Phillies beginning on Friday night. Bombers can help the Mets out as well, hold a half-game lead on Philadelphia as they'll head out west for 6 straight, begins Friday night against the Giants. 82 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
We don't make it. We'll make it to midnight. 9 o'clock now. 2 hours down, 3 hours to go. Keith McPherson on the Fan. All right. I mean, there's plenty of calls and interaction online, and shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm working, so I can't really interact with the chat because I'm queuing up audio. I'm looking for articles. I'm looking for different things in my notes during the break. But yeah, before we broke, we talked about Joey Ortiz of the Milwaukee Brewers, and kind of paralleled him with Anthony Volpe. Ortiz is 27 years old. He's a little bit older than Volpe, but like the Milwaukee Brewers are arguably the best team in baseball right now. The Milwaukee Brewers have the manager of the year in baseball right now. And I just think there's something to be said about Pat Murphy and him calling out a guy. I don't know, he's 27, he's 3 years older than Volpe, but like still calling out a guy and just holding guys accountable, even benching a guy and saying like, yo, we expect more out of him. He said, yes, the manager is pissed. I want him to give me his best approach at the plate every day. And we've given him a lot. We're playing him every day, and he can't just have lapses at the plate. Like, to me, that is beautiful. To me, that is somebody's like playing baseball for the Milwaukee Brewers every day is a privilege. It's not a right. We know you're a good ball player, but don't just show up and go through the motions every day. We have given you opportunity. We have worked with you. We have given you this chance. Like, we're demanding better from you. Is that crazy to ask? Is like, am I losing my mind? Like, that's how coaches are supposed to coach. That's how managers are supposed to manage. And there's nothing wrong with that tough love. But now with the Yankees and their, I guess, tough love behind closed doors, but they're protecting players publicly, I think the line has become blurred because social media now is so loud. I've been telling you guys, this digital world and our real world are becoming the same things, especially with these younger kids. These younger kids don't know the difference. Some of these kids act and talk like they act online in reality, and you can't do that. Some of them are going to learn the hard way. But what I'm saying is, if you think that these Yankee players are all able to tune out social media, podcasts, Twitter, Instagram, they can't. I follow all this stuff because I'm a digital guy. Before I did radio, I did social media, digital marketing. And to do my radio job, I do follow all of these reporters, all of these outlets, everyone that covers baseball, because I want to know everything going on, whatever. And all of them have talked about the Yankees, and it is getting loud. All of them are the Yankees are still a joke. All of them are still mocking the New York Yankees. I guess I should have known as a kid when they were winning all of those championships and dominating. What goes around comes around. There's going to be a time where they're the Yankees, right? High payroll, good players. They're never going to be bums, but there's going to be a time where they are not the Kings anymore, where they are not able to just win anymore, where they themselves might get to a point where they say, it's hard to win. We don't need to spend the most money to have the best team. This is good enough. Shout out to Dre, my guy Dre. He listens to all the WFAN shows. And yes, I take credit for Dre coming into WFAN and listening to all the shows because he started listening to me. I said, send this link, but he just tweeted at me. He said, it's a different sport. And I know we don't like the Eagles, but did you catch what Jalen Hurts said? Something along the lines of, we aren't the defending champs. Last year was last year. The Yankees are still holding on to last year, and they lost. Mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like the Eagles are saying, yeah, last year is over. We're not the defending champs. There's nothing to defend. We got to go get it again. This is a whole different thing. There are different players in different places, a different schedule. There's a whole set of obstacles and disadvantages and advantages and things that are going to come our way this season. But you just heard the captain of the Yankees, when asked about the team and asking about the team getting tight or being fearful of making, he said, no, this team went to the World Series last year. And it's not even the same team. 888-808-1019. Renee is in the Heights on the Fan. What's up, Renee?
Hey, what's going on? Okay. Love the show, by the way.
Appreciate
it. I'm just looking at this Yankees team and what I'm seeing personally. I'm seeing a lot of good parts. I'm not saying Boone is a bad manager. Boone is good if you look at him by himself. Cashman is good at what he does. The roster is good if you look at it by itself. It just don't work together. Sometimes, I think from what I see organizational cognitive dissonance, where the things just, if you go and you just think like, oh, Boone knows baseball. Yeah, he does. But he's not the right manager to manage a team that has Volpe, that has Dominguez, that has all of these young guys coming up. If you give him a bunch of Cody Bellingers, if you give him a bunch of Trent Grishams, you know what? They're going to excel because he doesn't need to hold them accountable. They know exactly what to do. They know how to show up. They know how to put in their work before the game. They know how to lock in and do what they have to do. If you give them nothing but vets, the team is going to excel. But you're not giving them that. You're going and you're halfway through it. So instead of going and building a team, trying to build around Judge and giving them vets, where if you have this kind of a manager, you're giving them a whole bunch. It's like you're halfway. You're in between.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're really doing.
But also that's Cashman, because Cashman and Howe, when they had the beard policy announcement, it was Chris Kirshner who asked him about the payroll. And what they told us was, we don't feel like we need to spend the most money to compete and have the best team and ultimately win. I took offense to that because I'm like, no, you just lost to the Dodgers, that's what they did. They went out and spent the most money, won the World Series, and then spent again. So like just right there, that's incorrect. But what they felt like was, you need a mix of veteran players that are on these big deals, but then also young talent coming up through your farm system that are cost effective. Okay, you can have that, but you better have the right man in charge managing all of that.
Exactly. So it's like you have all of the right ingredients, but you got the wrong chef. So if you got the wrong chef, he doesn't know how to cook Chinese food. You're giving him nothing but Chinese food ingredients. He knows how to cook.
I don't know anybody that can cook Chinese food for real. Even if they go to the store, you can give them a whole list. It's not gonna. You might as well go to the Chinese spot around the block.
Nah, I feel you, man. But I love the show, man. Keep doing what you're doing, my brother.
Appreciate it. 888-808-1019. And that just made me hungry. I'm about to order some King Wok. Nah, I packed my lunch. I packed my dinner, rather. But King Wok, quick King Wok right down the street. I think everybody at WFAN knows King Wok is busting. Big Zoo put me on the year one. You could go into King Wok, get the dinner special. I think it'll run you like $12, maybe $13 now with inflation or whatnot. It'll do the trick. I wouldn't ask anybody to cook me up any chicken fried rice, egg rolls, though. But nah, hey, it goes back to, you want me to cook the dinner, you got to help me buy the groceries. It doesn't work like that in baseball. Even watching Talking Yanks the other day with Aaron Boone, like they wanted to ask him questions about, hey, who do you want at the deadline? And Boone's, I'm not going to answer that. That's Cashman's job, right? Boone gets what he gets. He gets the players that are there and has to put out the lineup and put guys out in the field and manage them and coach them to the best of his abilities. And they need better. They need more. And I Renee's line of thinking, there's something to it. There's something to it. You like, I know Boone now is 8 years in, but there's something to be said about experience. There's something to be said about an experienced manager that for years has dealt with a lot of different veterans, a lot of different young guys, and has had some young guys turn into veterans? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't. We are trying to find them together. Ultimately, yeah. And, people have come in and said, like Renee said, like, yo, this is a good team. They're not in first place right now. They do have the best player in the game. They do have Cody Bellinger. They do have Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Jazz Chisholm, other guys that you like on the team, like Trent Grisham or Paul Goldschmidt or Ben Rice. Dominguez has had his moments. Even Volpe has had his moments. But, like, collectively, all together, they have some holes. They are lacking in some spots that are drastic. Like, when I see Jonathan Loaizaga warming up, Johnny Lowe has turned into Johnny Lowe expectations. I don't expect anything good to happen when he comes in. Every time they go to Tim Hill, it makes me think about them not going to Tim Hill in game 1 of the World Series. I'm like, of course you overuse him now. Because the one time you should have overused him, you got cute and went to Nestor Cortez. I don't want to go back. I don't want to rehash. But this is where we are. A week from the trade deadline, fingers crossed that they add the players they need to add to push this team forward. That this team, how many rock bottoms do they need to have? I don't know how many people text me, oh, last night was rock bottom. I'm like, last night was rock bottom. I thought the scoreless losing streak was rock bottom. I thought the back-to-back, like, we had 2 6-game losing streaks. That wasn't rock bottom? I'm like, oh, we're on the roller coaster. We're on the Yankee coaster, baby. Up and down. They bring you all the way up. You're like, wow. They came back and beat Brian Wu and the Mariners. Then they came out, had an 11-0 win. Cody Bellinger should have had 4 homer calls. Wow. And then they find a way to lose that series to the Cubs. And then Saturday night, they come back and win. Win of the year. Put it on the DVD. Grand slam, 12-8. Wow. The next day, they come out and take the series behind Marcus Stroman and the Yankees. Here we go. And then they go to Toronto and they get sunned. They go to Toronto and they get reminded, like, the Toronto Blue Jays right now, that game just went final, 11-4 against the Tigers. And so the Toronto Blue Jays are out there demanding their respect. Respect my agency. Respect my gangster. We just beat the Yankees, so we're first place in our division. Okay, we understand this is a matchup against 2 first-place teams. We'll come to your building. We were just playing indoors at the Rogers Center. We will come out to Comerica Park. We will face the first-place Tigers, and we will put up 11 runs on your head. What say you to that? I don't know. We're off tonight, so I'm just kind of looking at things going on. Like, yo, they opened up the scoring with a Jahmai Jones homer. Jahmai Jones comes back to the Yankees. Remember Jahmai Jones being in there? Jahmai Jones should have never been on the roster. But they put Jahmai Jones in the lineup. They let him off. They're like, this guy's a fringe major leaguer. But good for him. He's figuring it out, I guess, with the Tigers, him and Gleyber Torres. 888-808-1019. Robert in Spring Lake on the Fan. What's up, Robert?
Hey, Keith. Great show.
Thanks.
It's not that I don't have confidence in Cashman. I don't have confidence in Cashman. I don't really have confidence in the Steinbrenner family to do what they have to do. They consistently accept mediocrity in exchange for low salaries and holding on to players too long. I mean, I was shocked when they did what they did to LeMahieu because that was so out of character for a team that held on to Aaron Hicks for 3 or 4 years past his usefulness.
Yep.
And as far as what you said about the Dodgers, or more so what you said about the Yankees, that they didn't need to go out and spend more money, and you see the Dodgers win the World Series and go out and spend more money. George Steinbrenner never would have been satisfied with the team he had if he came in second. So I think you hit the nail on the head. It's a lack of confidence in the team from top to bottom, and 1 through 26, they're just not that good. That's my opinion.
They're good, but they're not good enough to actually win. Thanks for the call, Robert. That's what we're struggling with, and that's why people tell us, "Oh, forget the championship or bust." No, you forget telling us to forget championship or bust. That's what we're doing this for in every sport, right? In every sport, you play to win the game. Hello, You're supposed to go out there every year. Every year as a fan is a new beginning, a new chance that you hope all of this time you spend thinking about the team, thinking about the game, watching the game, going to the game, spending money on the game, planning on going to games, buying merch, buying stuff. You're hoping that you can get the euphoria of being a champion. So when people want to tell us, Yankee fans, oh, you guys need to get over it. No, we're not getting over it, bro. We were in the World Series last year. Why can't this year be a year that they get back? And if the ball bounces right and they catch it, they win. But what's crazy is when, I use the Dodgers as an example. The Dodgers are in a little bit of a struggle right now. I talked about the Dodgers last night on the show because I was trying to give the Yankee fans some examples of it ain't just us, right? The Dodgers were swept by the Brewers going into the All-Star break. The Dodgers were also swept by the Brewers coming out of the All-Star break. The Dodgers have had a ton of injuries, but you know what the Dodgers do? They add. Every chance that they have to improve their team, they do. In the winter, at the deadline, you can expect them to be players at this deadline. It's a lock. They are going to add, and they have, in their mind, the best player in the game in Shohei Ohtani. They have multiple MVPs. They have a Mookie Betts struggling, and Mookie Betts, he comes out and tells you he knows he's struggling. He knows it's not good enough. But you know what their front office does? They go out and they say, okay, we can never have enough talent. This isn't good enough. The money doesn't matter. We can print money if we win. As much as the Yankees are worth, as much as the Yankees made money going to the World Series and playing all three of their World Series games, and we get the numbers and we see, wow, that's a lot of money. They don't want to pay a tax on anything, understood. But then when your roster is incomplete and you didn't add and you say that and it's not good enough and you come up short, the taking the shortcuts, it comes back to bite you every single time. Thinking it's good enough to roll Peraza out there or Yorbit Vivas out there, it doesn't work. Thinking Ben Rice is solid enough at first, it doesn't work. Dominguez, he didn't play left field coming up, but we're going to make him a left fielder at the highest level of competition. It doesn't work. Volpe used to be a Gold Glover, used to be a plus defender. It's in there. He's freaking elite. He's just going to snap back into it. Oh, after the All-Star break, he'll come. It doesn't work. So if it's not working, try something else. I would add. Let's play Joe Madden talking about something that I said. I said at this deadline, I'd add a veteran shortstop or a veteran utility player that can play shortstop for two reasons with Volpe. One, who's your backup shortstop behind Anthony Volpe? Oswald Peraza. That's not a good backup plan. And then also with Volpe, expecting this young guy with the weight of the world on him, being a Yankee fan, right? Being the guy that actually did grow up to be the Yankee shortstop, as all of us idolize Derek Jeter, wanting to be Derek Jeter. It's a lot of pressure. And I don't know what they're able to do to help him behind the scenes. A couple days ago, we hear he's icing his shoulder, so he's still dealing with some bumps and bruises. The fans are brutal, man. I guarantee you this weekend in Yankee Stadium, he pops up or he strikes out, you're going to hear them boos. Because I was hearing it a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, wow, it's crazy. Bring in someone to compete with him and push him. Even if that person that you bring in and to compete or push him does end up competing and pushing him to play better, not necessarily beating him out, but the process that you've gone through the last 3 years of assuring him that his job is safe and that he's not going to get sat down and he doesn't need a rest and we believe in you, it hasn't worked. So I put that out there a couple weeks ago. I know our digital team clipped it and a lot of people hit me up on it. And I'm like, think about how it started for Volpe. We heard about him waking up at 5 a.m, working out, going to the gym, taking extra batting practice, getting ready for the 2023 spring training. Because that spring training, he would have the opportunity to compete with IKF and Peraza. And I think Peraza might have been hurt, but really so it was just him versus IKF, and he won the job. Okay, well, win it again. At least bring somebody else in that can play shortstop. We know Jazz isn't the option as a backup. Jazz has to play second. Why not bring somebody in that could take ground balls with him? Have competition in your workouts. Hey, they're going to hit 10 ground balls to the left, 10 ground balls to the right. You got to be perfect on all 10, whoever wins. Little things like that need to happen. It is sports. It's competitive. You have to always be competing. All right, so let's play Joe Madden today on MLB Now with Brian Kenny, weighing in on the struggles of Anthony Volpe as the Yankee shortstop.
However, I watched Volpe on that ground ball straight up to shortstop the other day. He got down on one knee, which tells me everything I needed to know right there. He's very unsettled. He's very unsure of himself right now. There's a lot of that going on. You don't get to a major league shortstop on a routine ground ball, doesn't get to one knee, try to get back up and regenerate his momentum and throw well to first base. So that indicated to me that his confidence is lacking right now. That's what I'm seeing with him. That throw by Chisholm yesterday, just a bad decision. Don't do it. The runner's right on first base. Things that get lost in the sky, stuff like that. I'm never worried about that. I've seen some really good players have issues with that. Twilight's tough. There's a certain time of the day in every ballpark that it's very difficult to see fly ball. Right, so I won't worry about that. But fundamentally, what I'm seeing with the Yankees, not good, and I think they do need to do something about it. I do.
So they do need to do something about it. And you know what? This even goes back to what we were saying about Volpe letting the ball eat him up, letting the ball play him. That's a confidence thing. You're supposed to attack the ball. You're supposed to go get the ball.
I got a question for you because we all see the Volpe issues. And across in Queens, when Mendy has his pressers, for the most part, he holds his players very accountable for their mistakes and even their successes. I feel like every time Boone speaks now and he's defending Volpe, just as a fan, it almost feels like he's enabling him to fail on the field. At what point do you call this player out and say, listen, you are not doing enough. We have world championship aspirations, and errors at the most important infield position is not enough.
Bro, this week was insane. This week was so crazy to me because Aaron Boone, when the media said there are metrics to say that he's regressing, he's leading the league in errors, Aaron Boone's response was, it's 3 or 4 plays that really change your numbers. And I'm like, bro, we remember 3 or 4 plays just in Toronto with him throwing the ball around. It's not just 3 or 4 plays in the whole year. It's the whole year.
It's starting to feel like Little League now. Like you're protecting, it's almost overprotecting the players.
That's why people are saying
guys are
he's
pros.
the teacher's pet or the coach's son.
It's ridiculous now.
I can only laugh about it. But yeah, when Joe Madden's talking about it, I think there's got to be some consideration or thought to possibly, sending him back down or bringing somebody back in. Like that is the next step in all of this.
I got to stir the pot for a second, Keith. Is Joe angling to manage the Yankees quietly?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. He's unemployed. This is a World Series winning manager. He's got 2 World Series championships. He's been manager of the year.
If you're calling out fundies, you're calling out the management.
But it's so easy to call out and see. Like Volpe, the way he's fielding the ball, it's like he's thinking about it too much. And there's so many times we've seen him when it's like, yo, you need this out, and he doesn't have it. But he can make some sparkling plays, go into the middle of the field, backhanded, throw it to Jazz for a double play when the game's not on the line. It's getting loud now. Like they're talking about it on MLB Network, nationally televised, talking about sending him down or bringing in some competition for him, and they're calling out his mechanics. And there's like the Yankees cannot mask that. There's nothing that the Yankees can say when these analysts, like I said, I'm not an analyst. When these analysts, when these baseball people, these managers, these people that break down the film and have seen this stuff, when they start to say it, got to call a spade a spade. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Bill in Wanamassa on the Fan. Bill in Wanamassa, Ocean Township, New Jersey. What's up, Bill?
Hey, go Big Red. I've been watching the Yankees forever. The first World Series I went to was in 1960. And also listening to everything that people are saying, we're looking at an organizational problem, not individual problems. We're looking at things like individual players and how they're dealt with. We're looking at a managerial style. We're looking at a way managers defend. If you watch the homegrown, we're looking at a way minor league coaches coach and way minor league coaches talk to players. I really think that we have a problem that infects the entire organization. And until that's addressed, I don't really see a change. There are too many parts. There's a lot of good parts on this team, but there's also a philosophy, a way of rewarding and not rewarding players. that isn't working, and we're wasting one of the greatest ball players ever to play the sport, Aaron Judge. Excuse me. But
yeah, we know what you meant. People make that mistake all the time. But I'm with you. Go on.
But that's the way I see it. Taking a step back. I'm whether we're talking about Aaron Boone defending players, whether we're talking about what players Cashman goes after, whether we're talking about analytics, the adherence to analytics. You know, when I was a kid and the Yankees were winning in the 50s and in the 90s, and you could ask a 12-year-old kid what the Yankee lineup should be tomorrow, and he would tell you. You can't do that anymore. And
analytics, got to play the numbers. There's analytics that tell you, got to sit this guy. Don't believe in hot.
But that's organizational. And if you look at it's not working, at what point do we make a change?
I don't know, but great call, Bill. Thanks for that call. When do they make a change? It's not going to change until the leadership changes, because the people that make the decisions, like, they are looking in the mirror every day and they're quieting the outside noise and saying, this is good enough. We're competitive. We win. We're going to go to the postseason this year, and it's a crapshoot. And maybe if we make it as a wild card, we get hot and we get to the World Series that way and win it. This is fine. I don't know. I don't have the answers, man. I'm looking at things, though, for trade deadline now that Josh Naylor move happened. I'm like, there's got to be some other stuff going on. Reports are starting to come out. Let's see. From Underdog MLB, according to Francis Romero. Francis Romero, what does he do? What does he cover? I don't know. He's a writer, baseball, sports reporter, Baseball Writers of America. He claims that the Diamondbacks are expected to trade 5 or 6 more players in the next week before the end of the deadline. MLB Deadline News has pulled this from John Heyman. I'm trying to go to John Heyman's page to confirm where that is, but there's a line about the Yankees and O'Neal Cruz. The Yankees are among teams that have talked to the Pirates about O'Neal Cruz. I mean, this guy, O'Neal Cruz, was named after Paul O'Neill. He's a freak. I don't know where they're going to play him, but I mean, I guess Cashman is working. Cashman, and I said, Cashman better be working overtime. I'll keep you posted as I keep refreshing, looking for alerts. And I'm saying, man, I want to see a trade. I want to see something happen here before I get out of here. Why can't the Yankees make one little move? Why can't they do something on this off day to help this team? Mariners plan to remain engaged in potential Eugenio Suarez trade. That's also coming from Underdog Fantasy. All right, it's 9:30. We're halfway through the show. I'm going to break here. I promise if you're on hold to talk about the Yankees, I'll get to you. But at this halftime, I'm going to huddle up. I'm going to start talking about some football, some American football. Yes, I love football. I think I love the Yankees and just overall football about the same. My football team doesn't matter, but I love all football from Pop Warner to high school to college to the NFL, and I can smell it in the air. Camp is open. We're about to get back to it. We're going to have some games and stuff like that to look at, and we'll talk about the Jets and Justin Fields. We'll talk about Abdul Carter and the Giants practices and all that good stuff. Keep McPherson on the fan. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
The Rico Bronya podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake, Mio Sparkling Sake.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are here. Real offers, dream vehicles, all waiting for you at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Now's the time to drive the luxury you deserve with limited time offers on select models. Make this a summer to remember during Mercedes-Benz Dream Days at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Game day or any day, your fit says it all. Hit up MLBshop.com for the latest jerseys, caps, hoodies, and accessories to keep you in the game all year long. Rep your team, rep your city, rep yourself. Gear up and game on at MLBshop.com, the official online shop of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks use with permission.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Most tire dealers will sell Bridgestone tires, but Town Fair Tire sells Bridgestone tires for an unbeatable combination of the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life. Town Fair is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. So when you're in the market for a new set of Bridgestone tires, get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month, and experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99, and qualifying order for well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by our Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Zero. Zilch. That's all it takes to drive at Sansone Auto Mall, Woodbridge, New Jersey. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, 0% financing. 3,000 vehicles. Hyundai, Kia, Mazda, Nissan, Jeep, even Toyota. Exclusively at the giant Sansone Auto Mall, Route 1, Woodbridge, New Jersey. There's 0 time to waste. On select vehicles with approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See dealer for details.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Cole's friends and family, listen up, because this one's for you. Right now, you can take an extra 20% off during the Friends and Family sale. Save on summer must-haves for your home. comfy everyday outfits for your family, smart favorites for back to school, and so much more. Yep, it's your time to save. Shop Kohl's Friends and Family Sale today. Select styles. Offer ends July 27th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
In life, a curveball can be thrown at any moment, and you need a team that knows how to hit it out of the park. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been crushing curveballs, sliders, and fastballs for more than 50 years. We're a team of personal injury lawyers with billions recovered for our clients, because every setback deserves a major comeback. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit injurylawyer.com.
The times you spend with your friends and loved ones are the best. Those selfies you take now will shape memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose. So learn about the dangers and risks of this frightening, deadly drug at stayinthepic.nj.gov. Don't risk your life and all those wonderful memories you're creating. Stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Know all the risks. Visit stayinthepic.nj.gov.
We know what you think. What do you think? Call the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Stream the NFL on CBS live on Paramount Plus.
Had to heat up my dinner during that halftime. You think about what I wanted to say about football, American football. Gotta love the game. I think baseball is the best game, but like football in America, it's our sport. It's our new American pastime. Not new anymore, but like the NFL is king. We obsess over the NFL. And I'll get back to the Yankee calls. There's a ton of Yankee fans that still want to weigh in. I was just talking to Jack in the newsroom about like, hey, I talked to a ton of Yankee fans. I know the sentiment. I'm leaning into it. Even if I think the Yankees will be all right and figure it out and, looking forward to October and looking forward to the deadline and going to the stadium, like nobody wants to hear you come in and counter everything and say, no, it is okay. Because that's all the Yankees tell you, that it's just fine. And you guys are crazy that, no, we're good. We're going to figure this out. But, my early football thoughts here, as we'll talk about Abdul Carter and we'll talk about Justin Fields and we'll talk about Malik Neighbors and Russell Wilson and Jackson Dart and Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, Breece Hall and everybody else. This time of the year, I just always feel ready for football. You start to hear back to school commercials and it'll be like, damn, already? Yeah, already. Bill called from Wanamassa and I said, Wanamassa, Ocean Township, New Jersey. And Bill said, go Big Red. I'm a product of Big Red football. And I just remember being young and wanting so badly to be big enough and strong enough to play football. I remember playing in Pop Warner. I remember playing in high school and just having that pride of just representing the town. And also once I did, figure it out and lift some weights and run. And I remember going to the high school and lifting and running the bleachers and doing countless reps and dropping back and throwing passes and just, being so locked in. I'm like, this is going to pay off. And there's just so many life lessons you'll learn on a football field. You'll challenge yourself out there. And there's so much that, these guys that we watch in the NFL have to go through to get there. And I'm excited for another NFL season. I'm excited to see who becomes the champions, but there's so much that has to happen before then. And today, the first thing that I saw on my phone was Justin Fields carted off the field for the Jets. And how could you not think, even if you're not a Jets fan, terrible luck. My first thought was, oh, this is why the Jets fans aren't hyped for this season. Because they know, ultimately, inevitably, one way or another, but they dodged one. Justin Fields ends up with a dislocated toe. Big fella stepped on his foot. That's rough. I've had that happen too. That's part of training camp. That's part of the early part of a new team and reps and, depending on the play and the motion. I heard Aaron Glenn talk and speak to this. that like he knew what it was because of, the offensive play call. I guess, somebody was pulling or going in a certain direction. When you're playing quarterback and you're under center and those big boys are, as soon as you, white 80 said, oh, you got to be, your hands are under center. You got to be 1 foot back ready to get up out of there. You get stepped on. I didn't see the film of it. I did see the Giants put up no filming during team periods, which is good because, leaning into this week, I said, oh, here we go. Football's back. We're about to get all of these videos from camp that mean nothing, that we used to never get, right? Jackson Dart throwing a ball to no one. And now everybody's, oh, he sucks. He's the next Daniel Jones. Doesn't mean anything. It's practice. That's what practice is for. Interceptions, incompletions, running into each other. The first couple days of practice. It's football. Those 11 guys got to be in sync. How do you think they get in sync? Through reps, through repetition. And, before we go back to the Yankee calls and I mix things in, I'm happy for the Jet fan because, one, Justin Fields is not going to miss significant time. Two, you got a good coach, man. In that moment, he was ready to immediately say, we're all right. Tyrod Taylor, we got a good backup here. Nothing changes. Tyrod Taylor, go. And Tyrod Taylor steps up and goes. And they're able to, complete practice with, a veteran quarterback. I think AG is locked in and Justin Fields is going to be fine. But then in Giants camp, I kept seeing all these clips about, oh, Abdul Carter is knocking JMS on his ass. He's dominating them. And it got me frustrated today. I tweeted out like, stop telling me what's going on in practice with just helmets. That's not real football at all. You know how much of a disadvantage the Giants center, John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, you know how much of a disadvantage he's at trying to stop Abdul Carter with no pads on and just helmets? Speed wins. That he can't put a shoulder into his rib, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not real football. So I think people are reading way too much into it. And any football player will tell you that's not real football. That's closer to flag football than NFL football, them playing with just helmets on. They didn't even have uppers on. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have shoulder pads. So we're not there yet. I was listening to Tiki talk about, I think Evan was trying to get a prediction of how many wins the Jets and Giants would have. And Tiki was like, they haven't even started padded practice yet. He's like, I'm going to go over there when they start their first full padded practice. And Tiki said, once they have their joint practice, I'll tell you how many. Like, I know we love football, we obsess over it, but let's slow down. It is back. I think they said it's a week until the Hall of Fame game. Yeah, a week until we see, Canton, Ohio, and the Chargers take on the Lions in the Hall of Fame game. But everybody pump your brakes on the hot takes and, oh, Jackson Dart threw an interception on his first pass. Yeah, he's a whole rookie, bro. That's the main thing making the jump from college to the NFL is speed. It is way different. So what looks open is not open. As soon as you raise your arm up to make that throw, somebody's cutting on that ball. Brian Dable yesterday said, are you an error maker? Are you what did he say? Are you an error repeater? And I made the joke last night, the Yankees are error repeaters. But what Brian Dable is trying to see in guys that he's coaching is, do you make the same mistake a day after you made it? After you do it on the field, we coach you up, we go to film, whatever. As long as Jackson Dart is progressing and not an error repeater, he'll be just fine. And I don't know what the, Russell Wilson and Neighbors or whatever. I don't know what the Giants are going to be or the Jets are going to be. I'll get back to you week one with how many wins I think they're going to have. I think it's going to be tough. But I do think that the Giants finally have some players, some characters that you can get behind, and the Jets finally have the right people in charge. 888-808-1019. Carlos is in Queens on the Fan next. What's up, Los?
Hey, what's happening, Keith? Now, I know you're going through it. I'm enjoying a little bit of soup over here, all these Yankee tears, But I can tell you, though,
he made you a bowl of Yankee fan tear soup.
Yeah, I can't help it, It's what I can do, I kind of hate to tell you this, but I tell you guys, I never seen this, like, I grew up, like, we're similar in age, so I grew up, like, Yankees dominating free agency, dominating just getting the best player out there. Doesn't matter, just go get him. Now I'm watching, I see a hole at third base, and you're like, yeah, we're not gonna get Arenado, we're not gonna get this guy. We got. You sure? Look how many errors is going on. But listen, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure Cashman, he's always willing and dealing. You got to give credit where credit's due. Unfortunately, you guys are going to empty out your whole farm system when you could have just, either, made a small trade and, went over. But I kind of want to give a little switch to the Mets and see who do you think is more expendable to make a trade for us, like an impact? Because, he's not going to get no pitching. He doesn't really like getting pitching or anything like that. And
Stearns? Stearns said that's what he is going to get, relief pitching.
Well, relief, right, but not a starter. So, like, he doesn't really like going for the
supposedly
big starter.
They checked in on like Dylan Cease, but Dylan Cease is a rental that what are you really going to give up when you're not going to sign him? Because we know Stearns doesn't do the long-term deals for arms. You're asking me who's expendable between the baby Mets, right?
Yeah, but, we had a lineup, I think it was day before yesterday. It was just Soto and Lindor, and everything else is homegrown. So I like the way we're at, you know what I mean? Can't complain, you know what I mean? We have a lot of young talent, and we have a nice farm system. So I don't want to see them gutted for like a rental player.
But you got to push. You got to make a push because there's a lot of teams in the National League you got to contend with, and you're expected to win. You go out and you sign Juan Soto, the highest paid player in the history of sports. Like you got to win. Your owner has talked about winning the World Series. You got to the NLCS last year. That's the expectations. You have a crowd that is showing up. You have a consistent attendance that it's trending towards that place rocking in October. They absolutely have to go for it. Thanks for the call, Carlos. I'll talk Mets for a minute. I think I heard the guys talking about between Luis Angel Acuna, Ronnie Mauricio, Brett Beatty, Mark Vientos, like who would you give up? I mean, you got to give to get. And I think with Stearns not bringing back a Jose Iglesias, not signing any other guys, like his whole thing was he wanted to see what these baby Mets had. He wanted to see, even Francisco Alvarez, he wanted to see what these guys were made of and give them an opportunity to play some games and have some at-bats. I don't think you move Brett Beatty. I think Brett Beatty has come up clutch with his bat, with his glove. I think he has grown some this year. Everybody's going to tell you what about Mark Vientos. They're going to go back to October and say, hey, if he was that cold-blooded, if he could play like that in the postseason, if he could be that clutch, like you don't get rid of a guy like that, he could do it again. But he struggled a little bit, and obviously he got sent down and he was hurt and all this other stuff. So depends what you could get. I think Ronnie Mauricio and Acuna can be available in trade conversations. I think, come in, Ray.
I was concerned about Vientos in the offseason because he was on Instagram too heavy, courtside at the Knicks games. His hair was blonde.
Swaggy
V. But you know what? New York City is a show-me city. You can't do it once. You have to do it twice and then do it consistently. And I look at his situation and of the guys who might need to go, I hate to break it to him, he might need to go because he doesn't have a position. He's not a good defender. He's not fleet of foot. If he's not hitting, he's not producing for the Mets. In that situation, great playoff run and all, the reality is you have three guys behind you that can defend. Two of them for sure are better bats than you. And if the Mets need to make a play, I hate to break it to you, but Vientos, Swaggy V, your Instagram, your blonde hair, allegedly, whatever the case, go somewhere else with that.
His Prada, his Gucci, Fendi, Louis.
All of it. No Chinese food, no nothing. If you get the reference, you get the reference.
I don't know, man. I feel like his bat, it'll play at some point. When he came back in that Kansas City series, he was clutch. I feel like he's not someone that they're ready to move on from because of what they saw last year in the biggest moment. I talk a lot about the Met Quartet, the Flushing Four, the Fab Four, and those guys. And I think a lot of guys have talked about Vientos not being included in that. Vientos was the guy that when they talked about the Mets having one of the top lineups in baseball, that he was in it. Vientos is a guy that, with his power surge he had last year, they expected this year to be a year where he could hit 30 home runs. It's not going to happen, but I don't think they move him here. I also look at David Stearns and I give him a ton of credit. I said, I follow the Mets account and I got the notifications on, and every day there are new roster moves. They send guys up, down, option, IL. He's just consistently massaging this bullpen and this roster and trying to figure things out. And I'm interested to see what he does in year 2 at this deadline. He revamped the bullpen last year. That helped that team go on a run, but that team was putting up double-digit hits and scoring runs, and that team was the best hitting team in baseball, and they had some type of greater cosmic energy. I leaned into it before. The Mets now have this, Pablo Sanchez backyard sports mascot that showed up. They're undefeated since he was there. Elmo showed up. The dude from Fish threw out the first pitch. Like, there's some mojo going on, and I do expect them to go out and have a good showing this weekend. I think a West Coast trip is good for the team to bond, to go on the road, to get away from their fan base. But kudos to the Met fan for showing up and supporting those guys, and them returning the favor with a sweep of the Angels. And now this weekend, if the Yankees handle business and the Mets go out there and handle business, then you'll feel really good about getting back in first place. And then you also have the deadline coming where you can get some bullpen help, maybe another starter. Maybe you get another starter and Pray Holmes can be a weapon out of the bullpen because he's obviously hit a wall. And there's much to be seen, but I feel like right now the Mets are in a little bit better spot than the Yankees, obviously in the standings, but also with who they could potentially move and what they need. I think, Stearns didn't want to say anything about center field. You have Tyrone Taylor, you have Jeff McNeil who could play there. I'm not sure when Jose Siri is coming back, but I think why wouldn't they be checking on it? Why wouldn't they look at that? In the infield, I think the infield is solid. The infield's fine. Francisco Alvarez coming back this week from, being in the minors, fixing himself was a huge boost. Him hitting that double off the wall, him hitting that home run to tie it, him being confident in himself. I talked this week about him and Volpe, how they were in the same futures game, how I went to LA that was the first day I was in LA for that All-Star game. They were in the futures game together, and they, basically hyped them two up, had them take a picture as like the future of New York baseball. And then so many people this week said, they can send Alvarez down to work on himself. They also sent down Vientos. They also sent down Beatty. Like, how come these guys can go down there and work on, their tools and get right and not have to do it in the spotlight, but not Volpe? I'm like, well, the Mets and the Yankees are different. But, Francisco Lindor, who just went through a 0 for 31, he was asked about Anthony Volpe. He kind of lended some words for Anthony Volpe. Let me see in my notes where it says, the New York shortstop Lindor said he was aware of what Volpe was going through, and while he never had similar issues being a young player with Cleveland, he believed he was helped by getting less attention while playing in a smaller market. Lindor says it's got to be tough, being in a high profile position. He says it's got to be very tough to grow in this market. He always has a spotlight. And while Lindor said he didn't need to give Volpe advice, since he's got great guys over there who have been doing it longer than him, he could relate to Volpe's current slump. Lindor said, every year we're going to go through it at some point. I don't care who you are. You have to understand you're not as bad as the moment, and you're not as good as the moment either. You have to stay the course, and everything will level out. He's a good player. You just have to grind. He's a great defensive shortstop, and when you're not hitting well, you can rely on good defense. It's the same thing with me. That's what you focus on. And, Lindor said, when you're good, you're good. When you suck, you suck. And now you've got Cafe Cone Lindor on YouTube, first episode with Action Bronson, and, just the future we're in, this digital world, right? The shortstop of the Mets has now a little sit-down coffee conversation where he's going to interview people and give you guys something to watch. So go check that out when you get time. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Time is flying. I've only got 2 hours left, and I've got like 50 Yankee calls to take, and we're going to take them. We got to talk more about Spencer Jones and the trade deadline and all that good stuff. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to The Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The reason Volpe's in the majors is because of the work ethic and certainly some natural gifts from God.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than four wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at Paramus Chevrolet.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, all season long. BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets. Fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boost and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for a chance at a bigger payout or place live bets as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet long ball, has all the home run betting options you need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. Bring on back to school with on-trend styles at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where families come first. Over in the WNBA, the rich just keep on getting richer. The New York Liberty, who won the league championship last year, have signed international superstar Emma Mieseman. The Belgian led the Washington Mystics to the WNBA title in 2019, but she hasn't appeared in the league in 3 years. Since then, she's continued to dominate in international competition. Mieseman is now poised to return to the WNBA, where she'll help Sabrina Ionescu and the Liberty chase another championship.
Speaks highly of our front office and how they continue to work to bring the right pieces here. And we want to build a legacy here as one of the best teams and bring in many championships, not just one. And that means we got to bring in the right pieces, the right people, the right basketball players. And so I'm excited for her to get here and for us to be able to kind of build chemistry together.
With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Amber Theo Harris on Westwood.
Kohl's friends and family, listen up, because this one's for you. Right now, you can take an extra 20% off during the Friends and Family sale. Save on summer must-haves for your home. Comfy everyday outfits for your family, smart favorites for back to school, and so much more. Yep, it's your time to save. Shop Kohl's Friends and Family sale today. Select styles, offer ends July 27th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. Here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus $100 beyond finance agreement $999.99 for well qualified plus tax $10 connection charge. Pay off for 15 days. Credits and amounts to pay off earlier. Cancel. Manifesting a relaxing vacation on the beach with the Powerball jackpot soaring at $350 million. That dream could become a sunny reality. Grab a $2 Powerball ticket at any New Jersey lottery retailer today.
Get the latest on the Giants and Cats on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. A dislocated toe. It's your diagnosis for Justin Fields after being carted off the field, being called day to day as the Jets have seemingly dodged a major bullet. Aaron Glenn wasn't exactly sure how it happened. This immediately after practice.
I really have to look at the tape. I know it's a quick throw. I'm assuming someone stepped on his toe. It had to be because of the nature of the call that we had as far as offensive play call.
Meanwhile, for the Giants, all eyes on Abdul Carter in the early going, turning heads with his play, and he's caught the attention of last year's first-round pick, Malik Neighbors.
Very explosive player. I feel like he's one of those dogs that we needed to add on the team. So I'm glad, we decided to make that pick. You can put him anywhere, on the football field, whether it's, linebacker, whether it's end, whether it's tackle. So just having that guy on that side of the ball that has that much speed and power, it's going to give a lot of guys hell this year, and I'm excited to see it.
Day off for both the Yankees and Mets. Mets will head west for 3 against the Giants beginning tomorrow night. Yankees licking their wounds after getting embarrassed by the Blue Jays, return home for 3 with the Phillies. And a trade deadline around the corner, and the Mariners getting a head start. They picked up Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks for a couple of pitching prospects. 81 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
In the greatest city in the world, on the most listened to sports talk radio station in the world. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Yankee fan. Die hard. But I've died so hard. I feel like last night was death by 1,000 cuts. I didn't even care to go over the game. I did that last night. I came in today and, we talked about, I guess, the state of the union, state of the franchise. And I'm ready for the Yankees to make some moves a week ahead of this deadline for the state of the franchise and the fans. You know what I'm saying? Like a couple weeks ago when they DFA'd DJ LeMahieu, I felt like that was a move that was not about money, not about relationships. It was for the greater good. We have a second baseman that is better than DJ LeMahieu, who should be playing second base. Enough already. And so that made me think they were serious. That made me think that, things were going to happen. And I understand the deadline is when it is. But, just saying, coming off of the World Series the way that they lost it, where they were mocked, where Joe Kelly and Chris Taylor went on podcasts and laughed and told the world about the scouting reports and how those things came true about the Yankee defense, There's a drop playing on WFAN. I listened to Big Mac's show last night when he said, I listen to Big Mac's show every night because I don't sleep till 4 a.m. And, Big Mac was saying the whole pivot, the whole plan B was supposed to be to tighten up the screws on this thing, a philosophy change. Okay, if we don't have the best tandem of, 2 top 5 players in the game that can just hit home runs and drive in runs and we can outscore you, then we're going to shift our focus to pitching and defense. And they're supposed to correct those issues from Game 5, 5th inning, where every Yankee fan is still mocked. Every Yankee fan is still reminded of it. It's a pain point for us, where when they don't make plays, when they don't, when they gift runs and don't, do the fundamental things, it's glaring because everybody can point back to what ended their season last year. And that is one of the most painful moments in recent Yankee fan memory. So do I think this team is cooked or this team stinks or they don't have a chance? No. If that was the case, then I wouldn't be going so hard. I think they do have a chance to win the American League. And I know, like, everybody knows if you're one of the last two teams standing, like, they could win. I'll be an old man telling my son that in the 2024 World Series, if they might have let Garrett Cole go a little bit longer, if Gleyber Torres would have caught the ball at second base, if Juan Soto was able to cut off the ball, like if Tim Hill didn't get left in the bullpen for Nesegor, maybe they win that first game and maybe the whole World Series goes different. So get back there. Be hell-bent on it, like you say. Be obsessed with winning, like you say. Do the little things. Do the little things. Take extra ground balls. Play the right guys. Put the best defenders out there behind Max Fried or whomever. Add some pieces at this deadline for that bullpen that's in shambles. Maybe finesse somebody cash. Pull off something we're not expecting. And I know this didn't work out, and we just saw him in Toronto. But 2019, Edwin Encarnacion. I was on the Ferris wheel at Bonnaroo when I got that alert. I'm like, Edwin Encarnacion? I didn't even think we were looking for an Edwin Encarnacion type. And obviously he didn't hit in the postseason. But maybe add somebody that we're not expecting. We always can hang our hat on the bullpen and Cashman's fines. Fix the bullpen. Maybe add another starter. Guys are going to get healthy. There will be some help on the way. But we have enough hitters. We have enough talent. We're going to have a good home field advantage. The fans are going to show up. We're behind you. We just expect better. We hold you to a higher standard than it seems like you hold yourself. And that's not true, right? That shouldn't be true. 888-808-1019. Richard is in Manhattan on the Fan. What's up, Rich?
Keith, there are a few teams struggling. Not only the Dodgers, the Giants, the Phillies, the Tigers. Yeah. So, I mean, the Yankees are okay. They'll be okay. They just got to get into the playoffs. And then, like we say, anything can happen. So I'm not worried yet. And, there's all good things too. Volpe makes less than $1 million a year.
Right.
That's why you can let a guy like LeMahieu go and eat that contract. And, you can sign Max Fried for all that money. So, I mean, you got to consider everything here. And Volpe's got a lot of RBIs. He's got a few homers. The whole thing with him is if his fielding was flawless, nobody would be saying anything about the hitting.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the problem. So the fielding is what's really killing.
He's having a down year, but he can still turn it around.
Yeah, and he can turn it around before the end of the year. This Yankee team, this last couple series with Toronto, this reminds me, Keith, 50 years ago.
Okay.
The Yankees were the big favorite beginning this season. They hadn't done anything for 10 years. They got Catfish Hunter, probably the best pitcher in baseball, and Barry's father, Bobby Bonds, who was probably the best position player in baseball for that 75 year. So everyone thought the Yankees were going to take it, and they started off good. Then the Red Sox with Lynn and Rice, the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen in baseball, two rookies. They just killed the Yankees 2 weekends in a row, one at Yankee Stadium, one at Fenway Park. And that was it. And they killed the Yankees by like 14 games, went to the World Series and lost 7 to the Reds. But that's what this Toronto team reminds me of, what they just did this past 2 weekends against the Yankees. So, but this is different baseball now because of the playoff, with the format and all. Anyone can get hot. Any team can get hot. As long as the Yankees bounce back relatively good, let's say they win 2 out of 3 against the Phillies this weekend, everything will be fine. So let's not panic yet. And let's hope Volpe gets off the schneid. And one last thing, I want to see this kid from Ohio State, Justin Fields, do really well. He's had it, with 2 teams. This is his 3rd team. I want to see him turn it around with the Jets. And I love what Aaron Glenn is doing. And let's just hope that this guy really has a resurgence, a renaissance with the Jets. They're going to give him every opportunity. So I just hope he takes it slow, gets back from his injured toe, and let's see what he can do.
Thanks for the call, Rich. Yeah, with Justin Fields, hopefully he doesn't miss too much time because this is vital time for the team to practice and get reps with him as QB1. But what I will say is everything we've heard is he's been in the building. He's been there. So I think he's putting the time. And if he's day to day and he's only going to miss 2 weeks for this to, I don't know, a dislocated toe, whatever, for it to heal up, be put back in place, whatever, then he should be all right. He should be all right. And Tyrod will get those reps, and Martinez and Brady Cook and whoever else will get those reps. And you hope that Justin Fields is ready to rock. Yeah, but going back to what you said about the Yankees, it's not panic time. Nobody's panicking right now. Well, maybe some people are panicking. I won't say nobody's panicking right now. It's urgency time, right? You can actually put a stamp on something that the Toronto Blue Jays own the tiebreaker against you in your division. They are in first place. You can stamp that now. That's done. There's nothing the Yankees can do about that now. What the Yankees have to do is go out and control what they can control. And it just seems like they let so many things happen to them. And then in the postgame, it's like, woe is me. And, these things are going to happen. Nah, impose your will. Be the New York Yankees. Step up. Make some moves and beat these teams. This is a huge deadline. Brian Cashman laid out his laundry list and told everybody he's going to town. He even spoke of George Steinbrenner's name, where, he talked about being uncomfortable, and he learned from George that you should always be a little uncomfortable. Okay, then let's see it then. Because we always get this feeling of everybody is too comfortable in the building. That losing and, committing errors and blowing games and that's fine. Like, that's okay. And I know that that's packaged in a post-game response and kind of playing the media and the fans. And we know that internally, it does mean something to you, but we got to see it. We saw it in the last homestand before the All-Star break. I'm hoping to see it in this one. Bruce is in Flushing, back on the Fan. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Keith. Trade deadline stuff, and I want to talk and Cruz stuff, and I want to talk to you about what Hal Reynolds said about Volpe tonight.
Okay.
First, on the deadline. Let me give you a hypothetical situation. Yankees are talking to the Twins. They can get, in a mega deal, Castro, Doran, the relief pitcher, and Ryan, the starting pitcher. Would you be willing to give up Dominguez in the package? Or would you really be to give up Ben Rice? For me, I don't want to trade either one of them, but if I had to, I would rather trade Dominguez.
That's an incredible deal. Like, just with one team, you would satisfy 3 needs.
Yeah.
Castro as a utility infielder, I'm sure he could play third base.
And he has done that before.
And he could also back up Volpe at shortstop if need be. And if we had to, I don't know, he'd be third base. Duran out of the bullpen, obviously need a guy like that. And then Joe Ryan as a starter. I'm not sure. I meant to look up his contract.
Got 2 more years to go, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like he's not a rental. He's under control. Years. So, yeah, would I part way with Dominguez? Now, I know it's kind of coming off of last night with Dominguez's error. And, a lot of people now with Spencer Jones hitting the 3 home runs are like, get Dominguez out of here, send Spencer Jones. I think I'd be more inclined to part ways with a Ben Rice than a Jason Dominguez. I don't really want to move either one of them. But when I look at Dominguez, I don't know. I take that back, because Ben Rice.
His swing is made for Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, and like with Dominguez, what position is he really going to play? And how long is it going to take for him to be a solid outfielder? 2, 3, 4 years?
Well, I agree. That's the reason I wouldn't want to give him up, but in that kind of scenario, I would.
He's not going to be the full-time DH anytime soon. That's Stanton's spot, and then right. Judge is in that spot, and then it should be a revolving door of a spot. So for Dominguez right now, he's 22 years old, and this is a conversation I was having with somebody. I'm like, why can't they send him down and send Spencer Jones up?
And if I make that trade, I immediately bring up Spencer Jones. Doesn't have to be starting every day, but keep him around, give him a rotation, and this way you break him in and see what you have.
Yeah, and I know everybody's talking about Ben Rice now because reports or teams are checking on him. But yeah, because it's like Ben Rice is the 3rd catcher. Ben Rice is the backup first baseman. He also had a lot of time DHing before Stanton was here. He's got a great bat, a great swing. He even turned on the clutch gene the other night.
And he's not a bad catcher. I mean, he's better than we had when Matt Noakes used to catch for us.
I mean, him and Stroman on Sunday, I was applauding them both. But the roster is clunky. The roster is jammed up, and I don't know. I don't think they move from Ben Rice unless they get a great offer. I think Ben Rice is in more favor with them than Dominguez.
I agree. Second point, Cruz. The only way the Yankees will be talking to Pittsburgh about Cruz is if that Brian Cashman becomes a genius again in his own mind, gets Cruz, and either puts him at third, which he never played before, or he has some idea of getting rid of Volpe. And Cruz, I think, is a worse shortstop than Volpe.
Yeah. Pittsburgh is not New York, and Pittsburgh moved off of him, put him in center field. We obviously don't have a need there. I don't know. I think this might just be chatter, fodder, just Yankees for... Oh, the Yankees have checked on O'Neal Cruz. Okay, for what position? I hope Cashman doesn't get too much in his head about, we can make him this or we can make him that. Bruce dropped off. Bruce, you said you were going to tell me what Harold Reynolds had to say about Volpe. What a cliffhanger. 888-808-1019. I'll have to look that up. Maybe I'll text Harold. Hey, what'd you say about Volpe, man? Just had a caller say he was going to tell me, and I literally will. I'll send that text during the break. But yeah, Fireside Yankees put out, Ben Rice has been one of the most unluckiest hitters in baseball this season. Rice's batting average sits at just 236, while his expected batting average sits at 290. The same trend follows his slugging percentage. Ben Rice has been one of the unluckiest hitters in baseball. And we see those balls get caught, or we see those balls not go out, or, when he hits them, there's a guy there. Yeah, let's see. His expected slugging, or his actual slug, is 475. His expected slugging is 559. So let's hope for Ben Rice, after he hit that home run a couple nights ago, his luck is changing. Timber Tony up in Montreal. Timber Tony on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, you're amazing, man. Listen, I was just going to say, is this not the Yankees Bon Jovi year, living on a prayer? What do you think? Because all I hear is this whining, man. Like, nobody's, positive. It's like, we're going to be living on a prayer here, man. Listen.
It's definitely a World Series loss hangover year.
I agree. That loss killed this year, and it's still in their heads. And they're still seeing the pressure from last year, and it's mounting on a lot of individual players. I don't think it's fair to just nail Volpe all the time. And you know that, Keith, because you see them a lot more than I do. But in that series, I saw those games against the Blue Jays. Blue Jays were having fun. Blue Jays were vibing. They were living off, not a prayer, they were living off Guerrero. Guerrero was leading that team. I don't care. A lot of people don't believe in Guerrero. They didn't think he was going to be like that. I think your comment was great. He lost all his baby fat, and he looks like a real baseball player right now, and he looks like a real leader. But he's having charisma time, man. He's at the top of his game, even though he's not hitting those big numbers. And another thing that I like what you said tonight about Jalen Hurts, you can't live on last year's promise, right? You got to live on this year. And like you said, whether it's football, hockey, baseball, you won the Stanley Cup last year, bro. You're starting 1 of 32 to win it this year. And if you don't live that way, you're not going to win it again. And I think the pressure's on the Yanks. I really believe that. I'm hoping they can get over the hump. But I think they got to get off Volpe's back. He's not a bad player. I believe he'll come out of it. He looked okay on certain plays, and he still has a great bat.
Yeah, I think this day off will service him well. Thanks for the call, Tony. Up there in Canada where, hey, everybody in Canada is behind this Blue Jays team. Vladdy, I've seen him. I was in Yankee Stadium when Vladdy hit those 3 homers. He did lose his baby fat. You can tell he's in shape. He got paid when a lot of people were saying that they weren't going to pay him. They took care of him. He is Canadian born. He's the face of the franchise. He is definitely leading them. And, it's a problem for the Yankees. the Yankees are definitely having a lot of a World Series hangover. I know I joked last year, and I'll make the joke again. I'm like, we lost the World Series. We lost Juan Soto and John Sterling. We're cooked. What are we going to do? But obviously, somebody had to lose the World Series. John retired and came back. At least we got John to do the postseason into the World Series. I wish it went better for him. And Juan Soto's still in New York. He just went on the other side. And the Yankees, their pivot was what they needed. With Juan Soto staying, we've been over this chapter and verse. There wouldn't be a Cody Bellinger. I had a stat about Cody Bellinger's WAR compared to Juan Soto's. I think Cody Bellinger's F-WAR is higher than Juan Soto's. Play him every day. Keep him in the lineup every day. You also mentioned Jalen Hurts, and I went and dug up more about Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts was asked why he didn't wear a Super Bowl ring. Have you seen the Eagles Super Bowl ring? It is the best Super Bowl ring I've ever seen. I've never seen any live, but like where we are in 2025, the Eagles Super Bowl ring pops out like wings, the wings from their helmet. But anyway, they asked Super Bowl MVP quarterback Jalen Hurts, hey, why didn't you wear your Super Bowl ring? And he's not the type to flex it on social media like the rest of them. They're special teams, backup, third-string players that you never heard of all were flexing those rings. He said, I moved on to the new year. It's as simple as that. It's over. What am I going to sit there and stare at this shiny Super Bowl ring? He wants another one. Last year is over. Yeah, I mean, you got to love that. You got to love that. That's the mentality you got to have. And that's the champion, right? That's a guy who's lost the Super Bowl. And when he lost the Super Bowl, he kept the picture of the confetti falling on him on his phone. And I forget how they got to expose. I think they were in like a team meeting and there was like some type of cameras for some that exposed his phone. He had the confetti falling on him as I have my son and my wife as the screen on my phone. This guy has him taking the biggest L of his life, and it motivated him to get back and actually win it. 888-808-1019. Okay, I don't have to text Harold Reynolds because Bruce in Flushing came back.
Yeah, we got called that dropped off. I'm back. What Harold analyzed tonight on MLB Tonight was that Volpe was rushing his throws. That they put a stopwatch on him when he was taking infield practice and during the game. And I forgot the exact number, what it was, but Harold said, why is Volpe rushing? You can tell he's rushing. And his advice was Volpe not to rush. Now, maybe he's rushing because he's not 100% physically with that shoulder. I don't know. But Harold pointed out, and I'll do another point. Willie Randolph was on with Sal last week, and he was saying how you can tell knows what he's doing, and he was talking about Volpe. The last couple of years, they used to bring Andy Pettit back during the season for training instructions for the pitchers. It wouldn't hurt to bring Willie back because obviously we may not want him in uniform day after game, but to bring Willie in, on the downtime before the games to instruct Volpe and to teach him what he's doing wrong.
Yeah, maybe. Why can't he be there tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Yankee staff, there's nobody of Willie Randolph's caliber on that coaching staff when it comes to the infield. And Willie Randolph would be a perfect addition to try to help Volpe.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'd be up for it because they already have a relationship from spring training. We've seen that the last few years. The last few years with Willie Randolph kind of having his arm around Volpe, and I think Anthony Volpe would appreciate that as well.
Okay, Keith. I just want to let you know what Harold said.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate you calling back. Anywho, yeah, I don't know. We always are calling for, why can't Jorge Posada come back and be the manager of this team? Somebody call me up. Tell Derek Jeter, get Derek Jeter to come back. I'm like, Jeter's not even coming back for Old Timers Day, bro. You guys think Jeter's about to come back and like help Volpe field ground balls and throw. The scouting report on Volpe coming up was that he didn't have the arm. So he's had it. He kind of debunked that, but now it's like it's compounded, man. It's mechanics. It's dropping down to a knee, letting the ball play you, rushing throws, thinking about it too much. Just got to make the throw. Just got to drill it over and over and over again. The thing about the Yankees too is like they tell you that they're going to put in the work. We got to. I don't know. I hope to see it. I'm not going to go in the stadium that early though to see it. I'm not. I'll be out in the street. I'll be on River Ave somewhere. I'll see you at Stan's. I'll see you at Billy's. I'll see you at the Dugout Yankee Tavern La Bodega tomorrow, Sunday. If I could sneak in a Saturday. Actually, I can't sneak in Saturday. Saturday, I got to go down the shore. Saturday night, House of Independence, the Makeshift Project. I'll be hosting as the Makeshift Project comes out on stage and does their thing. Also, AJ and Big Justice will be on stage. So I'll be taking us in between sets, kind of just, being the MC for the night. So if you're in the Asbury Park area, right on Cookman Ave, House of Independence, Saturday, I think the doors open at 6 and then the show starts at 7. Let's continue this show, though. A lot of good calls still. I'm still talking trade deadline as, we're waiting. I'm waiting for Ray to be like, yo, check your Twitter, or Ray to be like, hey, breaking news. Because movement is going on. Like, Josh Naylor did get traded. And, there's a lot swirling around what Joel Sherman had to say, what John Heyman had to say. And on an off day like this where, half the league is playing, you would assume a week before the deadline, some work is getting done. Let's go to James in Huntington on the Fan next. What's up, James?
Hey, Keith.
What's up, James?
Man, it's good to talk to you. I've listened to you for a long time. Really like it.
Thanks.
Yeah, and especially the fact that you're a Yankee fan, so that makes you a lot better.
Yeah, we need this Yankee energy on the Fan.
We definitely do. There's too much Mets energy on the station, but they're all good, But I think the Yankees got enough is enough. We got to make a bold move. I remember the day when I heard that the Yankees traded David Wells for Roger Clemens. And I was like, I loved Wells, but that was such a great move. The Yankees got to go after Jose Ramirez. And I think they just got to...
They got to offer Spencer Jones and Ben Rice and Jason Dominguez.
Do it. Do it. Enough is enough, man. Enough is enough. We have Judge. We got
Cody Bellinger, Trent Grisham, Paul Goldschmidt, Jazz Chisholm, Max Fried.
Exactly.
Carlos Rodon, Luke Weaver, Devin Williams. There's good players across this roster.
So you put Jose Ramirez at third. You shore up that left side of the infield. Now you have, you could also throw in Lombard. I don't care, and get Class A, in the package, or the other guy,
Smith,
Gaddis,
Evan Gaddis,
or Cade Smith,
or Evan Gaddis, right. Hunter Gaddis. Remember Evan Gaddis?
Right. Yeah. So they got to be bold. This team is not going to win. Yeah.
Without a bold move, without something to move the needle. Can't keep going through the motions with the same guys.
Yeah.
That's why I came on tonight and I said, shake the room. It's time.
Exactly. You can't, no more patchwork. No more, let's put a Band-Aid on this. It doesn't work. We do this every year. I'm 52 now, almost 53. And it's driving me nuts. Like,
me too.
We got to go back to winning. We got to go back to winning. We got to be bold. And it's time to do it. Jose Ramirez is, he's one of the best players out there right now.
If I woke up and tomorrow they made that trade, I'd be planning the parade. Thanks for the call, James. 888-808-1019. Jose Ramirez is not getting traded, though. Sorry. We've been doing that for weeks. They're not trading Jose Ramirez. Stephen Kwan is a possible, right? There's supposedly shopping Stephen Kwan, and he knows that. He had his first career 2-homer game today. He's like, hey, you guys want to come and get me out of Ohio? I'd love to leave. But Ramirez, home run pitch. Ramirez is the type of guy, he signed there for so low, and he wants to be like an all-time guy there. I had a guy call me from Cleveland one night, because this is also a national show, streaming online. We bring in a national audience, and WFAN does on the Odyssey app anyway. But I had a Cleveland guy who listens to my show call, and he's like, can you guys stop with Jose Ramirez? They're going to build a statue for that guy. And I'm like, maybe he's a Hall of Famer, but they got to win something to build a statue for the guy. And I just don't think they're trying to give us that guy after we beat them in the ALCS last year. Like, hey, you beat us to get to the World Series. Let us give you the missing piece to really make y'all go Super Saiyan and get back to the World Series and win it. Doubtful.
Selfishly, I like Quan for the Mets. I think that is the bat the Mets are missing. They need a guy that's just not an all or nothing hitter at the bottom of the order. There's a lot of swings.
You could move Nimmo down. You could lead him off, move Lindor to second. Like, you don't have to. He's a leadoff hitter. He entered baseball like not striking out. Like, he had a ridiculous run just coming into baseball.
Do you think they would shake it up? Let's say they do acquire Quan. Would they shake up the roster, the lineup that much by moving a Nimmo to maybe a fifth or sixth?
I think if you get Stephen Kwan, you lead him off. I just think, like, no matter what, like, he's your leadoff hitter. But I also don't. I think they're gonna need a great offer for him. They're gonna want a lot for him because he's not going anywhere. He's young. He's in his third season.
Yeah, New York team's being frugal. I don't like it. Spend the cash, get the player. Spend the player currency.
Spend the prospects, the players. Yeah, the money is. But like, I don't know that there's gonna be a lot of prospect hugging, and there's gonna be a lot of double thinking, and you got to go from it. You got to go for it because both of these teams are expected to get back to where they were last year and take a step further. All right, let's break here. And I see we got a Mets call coming in. So, as we were talking about the Mets there, when we come back, I'll sprinkle in a couple more, conversation points for the Mets as well. Is they're going on a little road trip and a test. Juan Soto will be back in Petco Park. And, this is going to be a stretch where the Mets got to hold because it's going to be back and forth with the Phillies. And I'm not going to hold you. I just don't think that the Yankees are going to beat the Phillies this weekend. So you're not going to get any help in the Bronx. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We'll be right back.
The Yankees are back in the Bronx taking on the Phillies. 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Giddy up, baby. Giddy up. God, it's a home run.
All right, I'm in the chat. Yeah. Josh Naylor, I barely know her. Josh Naylor, first base. That's a bat for them. Supposedly the Mariners are checking in on Suarez as well. That's what I'm saying. I'm reading the reports. Yankees swept them last season, hoping for the same. Swept them in Citizens Bank Park. And I'll bring that up. What a difference a year makes. We'll go back to that series. DJ balled out one of those games. Jazz had just got to the team. He kind of ignited the team. Let's see here. What is this? Mets SNY broadcasters are completely losing the point. Phil Mushnick. I'm not paying ever for the New York Post. Let's see.
I always feel like that, like being used to playing in that ballpark because you were in that division. For the New York Post, like I click on an article and then I scroll down and it's like, try it for free. I think they did get me. No, I'm logged in. Hello, Keith McPherson, account settings. But I'm like, try it for free. Ain't shit for free, bro. They want a credit card number. They want my PayPal. Nah, your card will not be charged today. Cancel before, and I'm not gonna ever remember to cancel. It's $4.99. I already paid $4.99 for the Athletic. I'm not beat. I'm not beat, yo. I'm not beat. Let's see. Mariners acquire slugging first baseman Josh Naylor as I'm on the Athletic. Let me see what they're talking about, just to sprinkle some Mets into the conversation. You know, I don't have to, but I have to. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, like nobody's forcing me to talk about the Mets, but I will. I will. They played. They played at 1:00 yesterday, and they don't play again until late tomorrow night. So it's like, they're trying to work on it. I noticed that. Papers are dead. Like you can't even buy a paper anywhere. So they're trying to get their bread up any way that they can. And to me, I don't think that's the right strategy. Just sell ads. Sell ads on the page. Sell ads on the page, and more people will, just give you that traffic, and you can make your money that way. All right, let's see here. We're going to talk about Griffin Jacks. Johan Duran. Let's see. Mets injury report. How soon is Jose Siri returning? They don't know when Jose Siri's coming back, but he's in the dugout. All right, here we go. Your bourbon legend in here. Yo, what up? Yeah. And we're back. Keith McPherson on the Fan, talking about the Yankees mostly, but I said we were going to talk a little bit about the Mets. I'd like to take this Mets call first, and then we'll go into some of the Mets trade targets and the Mets roster and what awaits the Mets out in San Francisco and San Diego. Let's talk to Joey in Babylon. What's up, Joey?
Right now. Okay, I don't want to hear any negativity from you. If you're a Yankee fan, you know me, I'm a Mets fan.
Negative Keithy? I got to turn negative Keithy off?
You're going to beat the Phillies. You're going to beat the Phillies. You're going to get on a roll. Okay. You're going to make the right trades. You're going to make the right trades.
Sure.
And the Mets need to do something too. Yeah. Let's go to the subway. We need to get back. I was at the Subway Series in 2000.
Nice.
Wouldn't it be great if we could once again do that in our lifetime? How old were you? How old were you?
Was in the 5th grade.
Oh, wow. You must have enjoyed that. Yeah. I was, now look at me, maybe if I get one more, but this could be the year.
Don't date yourself. It's cool that you were able to go see it. What I always say about the Subway Series is it guarantees us a parade. So be it.
I know, but you got to look at the positives here. The Yankees going through a tough time, but the Mets are just barely skipping. They're like skimming through right now.
Oh yeah,
they're not doing that much better. Okay, going on.
The sweep of the Angels was big, but before that, they were questioning Mendoza's decisions. And they had lost a bunch of games out of, I forget the stat that I had, and it was like the Mets have lost 20 games out of their last 30-something.
They're not doing well. Don't forget, they were 42-24. If you figure out what they are now, it's under 500. But anyway, they both, I really like the, maybe they could pull something off. I don't know. Maybe they can make the teams better. But if you make the right trade, look at Boston. They traded their captain Marchand to the Panthers. They win the Stanley Cup again.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? If you make the right trade, and you've seen it in the past in all sports, I think
difference makers, something. Not marginal guys. And trade for difference makers.
I just hoping we get some good news in the next couple of days. Something real that's going to wake us up, and we're going to say, "Holy cow, you're kidding me!" Like when we got Piazza over here. Wasn't that? Really? You guys over the years got a lot of great players. I think it's time they do something. They take the chance and just do it. And the Mets need to do something too. So I hope we get some good news tomorrow, Keith?
Yeah, and not even tomorrow. We've got plenty of days for good news to happen before the deadline. Thanks for the positivity, Joey. Thanks for the positive call with the Mets and the Yankees. Yeah, you know what it is? We look at the positives a lot. But then when they lose, the negatives are just right in front of our face, and they're a lot easier to see. We know the positives, but the negatives drive more conversation. I can't do a whole show on, Aaron Judge is the greatest player we have, but not right now. It's not going to hit. Can't do a whole show on, how Devin Williams has come out of it and how, the Yankees actually got what they wanted trading for him. He is the closer now. He's calling his own games now. He's wearing a beard now. Well, he's been. What I'll say is at this deadline, speaking of trading for Devin Williams, both the Yankees and the Mets are trading for bullpen help. A team like Minnesota with Johan Duran, and then even a guy like Griffin Jacks. I was reading an article on SNY about Griffin Jacks, the 30-year-old right-hander with eye-popping stuff, and the pros and cons on him. Now, I don't know. I have this view of David Stearns as if he is a smart baseball mind, president of baseball operations, that he's always working and thinking and wheeling and dealing. And I honestly think if it's the Mets versus the Yankees for some of these guys going after some of these same guys, teams are going to be more inclined to deal with the Mets, David Stearns in year 2 versus Cashman in year 30. And I also think that the Mets, having a president of baseball operation that inherited a lot of these prospects and some of these guys, he's going to be more likely to send them away. Goodbye. He's going to be more likely to make these moves because it's about getting Juan Soto and Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor, proven hitters, proven players to the postseason. And now that you have a home field advantage next to the Rogers Center and Toronto, the Mets have the best home field advantage. Why wouldn't you make a push at this deadline to add difference makers, to revamp this bullpen, to maybe add another bat in the outfield? Maybe they bring Harrison Bader back. All the talk about them getting a center fielder. I was just in the chat asking when Jose Siri is coming back. Military Mike, Mets fan, in the chat says he isn't close. They said he's not healing the way they expected. I said that because I see him in the dugout. And he's somebody with speed where his foot's got to be healed. I don't know. Maybe they try and get a center fielder and then also some bullpen arms. But I also like David Stearns telling you, like the questions that he was asked about, having guys at set positions or positions in need, he basically, he downplayed it. And I think that was a bluff. I don't have to tell you guys what exactly I'm going after. It's obvious to see we need bullpen help because we're going through Zach Zach Pop, Dickie Lovelady, Chris Davinsky, Brandon Waddell, Justin Hagenman, Kevin Herget. It's like the Mets have had all these random guys just coming here today, gone tomorrow, in and out, in and out. So you would like to see them get, but like their bullpen isn't that far off. When you get the good version of Reed Garrett, Ryan Stanek, Huascar Brazoban, great. And then you have one of the best relievers in the game in Edwin Diaz. Like they don't really need but two maybe arms coming out of that bullpen to really solidify things. 888-808-1019. And then don't forget about Clay Holmes. Clay Holmes was the Yankees closer and then turned into a weapon. He was a weapon in the postseason last year. Why not try to turn him back into that? And what you're seeing now with the Mets rotation is guys like Sean Manaea are back and they're getting their pitch count up, getting stretched out. Frankie Montas has been back for multiple starts now. He can go deeper into the games. You got to get Kodai Senga there. David Peterson was an all-star this year. He's got to continue. I think if you go out there and get a starting pitcher, move Clay Holmes to the bullpen, there's a lot of things going on out there. I also was reading an article about the prospects, Jonah Tung and Nolan McLean. They both had dominant outings. I think those guys are safe. I don't think you're moving those guys. They're going to be in the future because you know David Stearns doesn't want to sign guys long-term. He's not hitting free agency and signing the Corbin Burnses of the world or Max Frieds of the world. So you got to end up calling guys up. But yeah, I think the Mets are in better shape than the Yankees. And obviously they went through it a little bit, struggled a little bit, but I think they're in better shape than the Yankees because they're right there in their division in first place. They can hold on to that, see what the Yankees do with the Phillies. Joey says the Yankees are going to sweep them, do well. Yeah, sure, great, I hope. But yeah, let's see what happens with the Mets going out west. Can't have a letdown out west. Can't go on the road and fold to the Giants because they're fighting for their lives. And same thing with the Padres. Juan Soto, time to turn it on the road, bro. Hit the ball out of the ballpark, right? Lindor broke out of it. And I know Juan Soto had that 2-run single the other night, but you need Juan Soto to turn it on like he did in June before this month ends. Alonso, keep it going. Lindor, keep it going. Nimmo, keep it going. Young guys got to keep it going. Those young guys at the bottom of the order have to continue, and you got to get good outings. Kodai Senga, hopefully he can bounce back from his last start, go deeper into the game. And yeah, you got to keep their guys down, like the Rafael Devers. Rafael Devers had a ridiculous home run the other day. He went down and golf one out. Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, those guys out there, they've got some players out there. The Giants are fighting to contend and get to the postseason with the money they've spent. So it's going to be a good matchup. And don't let anybody make you feel like you're less of a fan if you choose to go to sleep at night. You can always wake up and C-Mac and Evan talk all the time about how they DVR games. You know what I did? I set my Fubo TV to do that, and I've never watched a game back. I ended up the other day deleting. I set it to record all the Yankees and Mets games. I don't got time for that. Why? When you can go to YouTube, you can watch the condensed game on MLB. You can watch the highlights on YouTube. You can go to MLB.com, look at the box score, look at the wrap. And they got multiple kids. I'm like, when do you guys have the time, if you didn't watch the game live, to go back and watch the whole game? I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. I always try to catch the game live. And luckily,
don't give away the secrets, Keith.
With my time slot, I'm the first one on. So, you know what I started doing? I started listening to Odyssey Mets radio, Howie Rose, Keith Rad, Wrecker, McCarthy. I started listening to those guys with the game day up of the game, and then Twitter up. So where it's like, okay, Pete Alonso hits a 3-run home run. You hear that? Then you can go watch the video. But then the Yankee game, I'm always watching straight on because they also took SNY off of Fubo TV. But I'm also a Yankee fan, so I'm always watching the Yankee game first on the big screen. All right, 808-808-1019 or 888-808-1019. I think I said the number wrong. You know the number to dial. I just am programmed to say it. Just in case someone's tuning in for the first time and they're like, hey, how do I get on? Let's go to the Bronx and talk to Kevin on the fan. What's up, man?
Hi, Keith.
Yep, it's me.
Oh,
Oh yes, big fan, big fan.
Thanks.
Yeah, we all know the Yankees are a hot mess. They are a hot mess.
Yeah, can't hide it.
Yeah, But what I wonder is why didn't Cashman ever sign George Springer, Freddie Freeman, or Trey Turner when they were available a couple of years ago? They are all clutch hitters.
Yeah.
We don't have no clutch players. We have no.
Judge is clutch. Judge is clutch. Grisham is shown to be clutch this year. But like those guys specifically, every time when those guys came available, I feel like Cashman had someone in front of them or someone that, he could talk us out of like, oh, we're not pursuing. Trey Turner, not available because of Volpe.
Yeah, exactly.
They went the Anthony Rizzo route and they.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Remember, they traded for Rizzo, and then they gave him the contract extension or whatever, and they were never going after Freddie Freeman.
Oh, right.
George Springer. George Springer, we know what it was? He's an Astro. The Astros cheated. It's not going to work here.
Okay.
Meanwhile, he's from New Britain, Connecticut. He's a dog. He's a Yankee killer. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
he's a Yankee killer. He killed them all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure we had somebody in our lineup, in our roster, that we justified not pursuing him on top of him being an Astro. Bryce Harper. I remember Bryce Harper was willing to play first base, and I always remember, instead of Bryce Harper in the Yankees outfield potentially, they talked about Giancarlo Stanton because back then he could still run. Clint Frazier.
Right. Yeah.
Clint Frazier.
Oh, okay.
Aaron Hicks.
Oh, wow.
Jacoby Ellsbury.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, those were our outfielders. Obviously, Judge. Like we had too many outfielders to bring in a Bryce Harper. And no, the thought of him playing first base, no one could even imagine that. Oh, he's gonna be standing on first base for the Phillies for I don't know how many years, and here come the Phillies to Yankee Stadium for him to be standing on first base tomorrow.
Right. Oh, I just wish we just would have had a clutch hitter. I miss clutch hitters. We have none except Judge.
Yeah, but I give Trent Grisham that nod too.
Oh, all right.
And Cody Bellinger as well.
All right. Now he's coming up. All right. Thank you. It's good talking to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call. I get confused for Kevin a lot. Where was I just recently? Someone's like, hey, Kevin. I'm like, Kevin, Ken, Kenneth, Keith, Keith. But I don't know. People always mix up Kevin, Ken, Keith. You don't know my name by now? It's okay. It's perfectly fine. John is in for Rockaway on the fan. What's up, John?
How you doing, my friend? It's been a while, but let me just tell you something. I got an idea. The Volpe maybe shake things up without even having to make a trade. I understand Cashman's scared about Lombard. Don't bring him up. I know everybody's scared about if you take Volpe down to the minors, it might completely shatter his confidence. I'm a Met fan. You saw what happened with Alvarez. You brought him down. You bring him up. His entire attitude changed. His approach at plate's changed. Maybe it's time to shake up the room, bring up Lombard, see what he could do at short. Whatever.
Thanks for the call, John. You're breaking up. You said you're a Met fan. And so what I will say is Francisco Alvarez took that challenge head on. They said he didn't waste any time. He went right down to AAA, and he said, what do I have to do to get back? And then he went on a tear, homering, fixed his swing. Met fans were making jokes about Eric Chavez. Fire him. Met fans were making jokes that after Francisco Alvarez homered, that he would have to ignore Eric Chavez. Don't even dap him up. What are they doing in AAA with the hitting coaches that they were able to get this out of Alvarez and, they couldn't at the major league level? It's about the person. It's about the personality. It's about the mentality. It's about like, will that affect Volpe being sent down? Will he feel like he failed? I've been saying for a while now, it's not a punishment. It's not a punishment. It's for your benefit. And as Lindor was talking about it, man, it's got to be tough to have to grow in this market. It's tough to struggle in this spotlight. But the Yankees chose this. Anthony Volpe didn't even choose this. Anthony Volpe's development was affected by COVID. It's the Yankees deciding, like I said, because of their marketing and their own wants and needs and their own Hey, we need a shortstop. We're passing on the Corey Seagers of the world and the Carlos Correas of the world. We got a guy. We got two guys. And he's a homegrown guy that we drafted high, that we want to work out and pan out. We're going to force it. But it would do the kid some good to be able to work on his swing, work on his fielding with the Rail Riders and potentially come back. But I don't think they're going to do that. They don't have any other backup. They don't have another who's going to play shortstop in the interim. You know, I don't know. And then you mentioned George Lombard. No, George Lombard is developing. And it's good for George Lombard to keep developing. Every week we see a highlight play from in the field, a home run, a double, something good. Let George Lombard keep marinating down there. He'll be ready when he's ready. He's not needed at this level yet. They can trade for a third baseman. Volpe can continue to play shortstop and come out of it. Man, this time is flying by. Let's do a big shot of the night when we come back, and then open mic time, the last hour of my show. Anything goes in the sports world. We're going to talk about it. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki, afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I'm very kind of in the middle about the Mets. Like, I know Tommy will bring the positivity, and I appreciate that. I'm not negative. I'm not telling you the season's over and they suck, but they're just...
I'm not here to do that. Tax relief advocacy is different. CRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, you have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. CRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at CRA.com or call 800-575-6986.
Who in the news had like the biggest day in sports? I'm like, nobody played. I got to do a big shot of the night. I got to think of somebody else outside of the Mets or the Yankees. Let me look at ESPN.
I mean, I know Clement homered and drove in 4 for the Blue Jays. I know Kelsey Plum at 30.
And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years.
There wasn't a lot of baseball games.
Yeah, it was
Don
only
Henderson had to
like
go ahead and maybe a single. Not a lot there. I don't know about the Cardinals, Padres. I don't know if anybody had a big night there for the A's and the Astros.
Josh Naylor got traded. Maybe I'll give it to him as he gets to join the Seattle Mariners.
guaranteed lowest price, and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself.
I saw Christian Wilkins was released by the Raiders, but what is that? The details on it wasn't it? It was he didn't rehab his foot correctly.
Yeah, I don't know. They're voiding the $35.2 million that's still owed to him in guaranteed money. He's filing a grievance. He only signed last year.
Yeah, and it was supposed to be a tandem of him and Max Crosby doing damage. Didn't really work out.
Played 5 games. He had the foot surgery. I didn't really think anything of it. When I saw the headline, I didn't realize that was. There's no way they're going to be able to get away with not paying.
No, that's the whole thing in the NFL. Like their contracts and their guaranteed money, and they're fighting for that guaranteed money.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if you still owe them the guaranteed money, you're going to pay him the guaranteed money. I mean, like unless his rehab consists of Cheetos and hanging on the couch, how can you prove he's not working hard?
Yeah.
And smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Your time.
Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Wake up with Uber and Keto. Morning 6 to 10 on WFAN and WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, it could have been a lot worse. That's the thought process for the Jets after finding out Justin Fields suffered a dislocated toe. It's being called day to day. Aaron Glenn was quick to point out he has total faith, though, in Tyrod Taylor if that scenario were to arise. For the Giants now in the hands of Russell Wilson, the unquestioned starter. Darius Slayton already feeling the ease of a veteran sliding in. Yankees hope the Bronx can cure some of their ills. Bombers return home after a nightmare trip up north. They'll welcome the Phillies for the start of 3 on Friday. Mets hit the road for 6 on the West Coast. Begins with the Giants on Friday. And the Mariners trying to upgrade their offense. Send a couple of pitching prospects to the Diamondbacks in exchange for slugging first baseman Josh Naylor. 82 degrees, clear sky, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights in the big city. We got a bunch of big shots, but you know what? Tonight there's no Mets game, no Yankee games. We don't have a bunch of big shots. So I was looking around during the break. I'm like, all right, where do we start? I'm going to start with CC Sabathia to keep it Yankees because CC Sabathia is on his way to immortality, the Hall of Fame. CC Sabathia will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and he posted a picture 2 hours ago. Car broke down on the way to Cooperstown. Anyone headed that way, I'm sure he's good, but it's got, him, his whole family, his 2 sons, his 2 daughters, his wife. Hopefully CC is doing well, and I'm very excited to see his ceremony. I've never been to Cooperstown, and I was like, maybe I'll go when CC goes, but no, I got my own kid and my own wife, my own things to take care of, so I will not be going up there. But also, happy birthday, CC. His birthday just passed this week. And, we can turn the music down a little bit. I was looking through Major League Baseball, and I don't want to give a big shout out to someone that's not New York based, but in Major League Baseball, looking at the scores, as there are not that many games tonight. And I was just talking to Marco about this. Marco was like, what about Ernie Clement? And I'm like, I don't really want to go to him, but Clement ended up with 2 hits, 4 ribbies, and he had a homer in the 5th inning, in the 6th inning. And I'm looking at the Blue Jays, and you know what I thought about as I go to the Blue Jays page, and the Blue Jays are about to have Anthony Santander switch hitter bobblehead day. And I'm like, Santander signed with them. And this offseason, we laughed at the thought of Pete Alonso signing with them. Remember that? Remember they were the mystery team that popped up, the one team that might have offered Pete Alonso. Like, how much more dominant would they be right now with Pete Alonso in that lineup? Like, Vladdy DH today. And they do a good job as far as finding guys to sub in, sub out, pinch hit. Will Wagner played first base for them today. But I'm like, still not off the table. They were interested in Pete last year. Now I don't think Pete wants to go somewhere and platoon with Vladdy, but they were talking about it last year of a DH first base situation with Vladdy and Pete Alonso. If the Mets don't sign Pete Alonso, maybe Scott Boras taps on the Blue Jays again, and who knows what this year holds. But I know we looked at them as the Blue Jays, they're bums, they're frauds, they're never any good. Why would he want to go play there? And now they're in first place, and they're whooping on other teams, and they smoked the first place team in the Central. All right, it's wide open for conversation. I listened to Evan and Tiki, and on a day like today when Hulk Hogan dies, I'm not much of a wrestling fan. I'm not a wrestling fan. I don't watch it at all. I was when I was a kid. I feel like when you're a kid, everybody's into it. Was never a big Hulk fan. I don't think I ever had any Hulk merchandise. I think the most I remember of Hulk was that stretchy toy where you could pull his arms. But yeah, I think I posted a video earlier about Fanatics Fest on my Twitter. And Hulk Hogan had one of the longest lines at Fanatics Fest. Not this one that just passed, the first one last year. Said his line was 50 deep. And I'm just always not in awe. What's the word? I'm always amazed by people that have a presence where they can have a line of people, just lined up, strangers that want to meet them or sign things. And then I also am always deep in thought. A week like this, where we lose Hulk Hogan, they say death comes in threes. Malcolm Jamal Warner from the Cosby Show. I wasn't a big Cosby Show fan either, but of course I knew who he was. And then Ozzy Osbourne. 3 people that have a lot of fame that people know, and shows you the world doesn't stop for anybody. We mourn these people, and they leave a legacy, and people can talk about them and write posts on social media now, and they've affected thousands and millions of people, but the world just keeps on ticking. Rest in peace to all 3 of them. You know what's funny? I was over at Bleecker Trading today. Shout out to Bleecker Trading. They're right around the corner from here at WFAN. I actually met them at a career day for some kids up in Washington Heights, and they're like, "Yeah, come to the store and check some stuff out." So I just kind of went over there, and I brought my old cards that my brother and I used to save in the 90s, and I did a quick live. That's also on my Twitter and YouTube. And I had a stack of cards, and it was pop stars, rock stars. I think the one that I saw before we got through them, I think I saw Ringo Starr. I guess back in the 90s, I said there were cards for everything. I was going through my cards. I had Batman the movie card, Super Mario Brothers the movie card, Power Rangers card, Aladdin cards, Tales from the Crypt cards. I'm like, man, we had a card for everything. Pokemon cards, obviously NHL, MLB, NBA, NFL cards. But I'm like, all right, they're like, this is a pop star collection, rock star cards. I'm like, go through there, see if we can find Ozzy Osbourne. And the last card we pulled was Ozzy Osbourne's card. I'm like, wow. I'm like, I ended the stream on that. I'm like, that's the cue to go out that way, end the stream. So yeah, what a wild week. Open mic time. I did have a call that dropped off to talk about Hulk Hogan, but I did want to give some love and some credit to Evan and Loogie for like what a great job they did talking about Hogan, talking about wrestling. And when you think about wrestling, you know, and talking about Fanatics Fest, yo, like WWE is just as big as all of these other sports, maybe bigger as far as fanatics and fans. Like WWE could probably have its own convention. WWE has parts of Comic-Con and Fanatics Fest, the sports con. Like where WWE is now, it's huge. And Hulk Hogan was one of the guys that paved the way, definitely on the Mount Rushmore. And what, you know, no matter what you think about him, obviously there were some negative things. Like I tried to look through my Twitter. I'm like, did I post the Hulk Hogan video from last year? I'm like, no, I didn't post the Hogan video from last year. I think I put it in a TikTok reel. But then I started scrolling through my Twitter, and I found a tweet from Wrestle Features, and it says, according to Mark Henry, during an interview with TMZ, he offered to do a tour with Hulk Hogan of historically black colleges and law schools in America to explain what happened. And I think it happened 10 years ago. I think Evan pulled that like almost, I think it was exactly to this day, 10 years ago. You know, that tape was either recorded or released where we heard some terrible racist things from Hulkamania. But yeah, Mark Henry offered to take him on a tour of historically black colleges and law schools, and he declined the offer. To me, I thought that was hilarious. I looked through my Twitter, and I'm like, Hulk Hogan said, nah, I'm good, bro. That's not what I'm trying to do. But rest in peace to him. And, you know, we're looking for other things in the sports world. Something else I was just looking at and talking to Marco about is Marco did the update. Christian Wilkins from the Raiders. It's kind of interesting what went on here. So the Raiders have cut ties with him, and they're trying to get some money back from this guy. But if you remember, Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle, came over from, I believe, the Miami Dolphins and was supposed to make this like ridiculous tandem with Max Crosby. ESPN writes, the belief is Christian Wilkins was told that he needed another surgery on his foot, but he balked at getting it. The reason the Raiders voided his guarantee was due to what they cited as failure to maintain his physical condition to play. So he had a foot injury, and the Raiders decided to release him just 1 year after he signed a 4-year, $110 million deal. And, you know, they said because he didn't do his rehab properly. I guarantee you they're going to fight that. I guarantee you his agent, his lawyers, they're going to fight that. Like we're coming off of, I was talking about earlier in the week, Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, who was drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals. And then Mike Brown, the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, came out and talked about how what's holding them up is guaranteed money in the contract that they don't want to give him in the event that he gets arrested for doing something off the field where it could cause him to miss time. They don't want to pay him after something like that happens. But like his agent is fighting for that. Kind of crazy. And there's a little more to that, but we'll get to the calls. I will sprinkle in the open mic, other topics in the NFL, in the world of sports. You guys can continue talking about the Mets and the Yankees. That's perfectly fine. Moose is in Jamaica on the fan. What's up, Moose? Here.
Point and the Yankees point, the Giants point. And you can give me your take on this real quick. Let's say Russell Wilson is not only a competent quarterback, but not only efficient in the red zone, but can move the ball and convert third and longs if the offensive line holds up, he being Thomas, right? Our defense is supposed to be not only significantly better, but we're supposed to have one of the best front sevens, front fours, whatever 3-4, 4-3 rush schemes we do, third down considering. Is it out of the stretch of the imagination? Not speaking this into existence. If I had that power, I'm grossly underpaid. But do you think we can win 7 or 8, maybe 9 games, and Daboll saves his job? Because I truly believe in Daboll more than Shane. But Shane has hits and misses in the draft. I hope he gets better.
7 games, I think, is like the high.
Okay.
Only because of the schedule, bro. And I know all this is in theory, but everything is in theory. Dexter Lawrence just came out and said, everybody wants to talk about our defensive line, but we haven't done anything yet. Like, in theory, Russell Wilson still has it in there where he can turn back the clock. And, in theory, the offensive line is going to hold up. Then guys get hurt. Then things happen. And like I said, their schedule is unforgiving. There isn't a break in that schedule.
Most definitely, Keith. I'm going to be watching every game, hoping the score is within one score or one touchdown entering the fourth.
Well, that's the
first
plan.
10 games of this season, yeah.
That's the plan. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Moose. I'll take it from here. I talked about this last night. When you go out and get Javon Holland, when you go out and get Paulson Adebo, to add to Drew Phillips, to add to Deontay Banks, your secondary is different. Tyler Nubin. When you go out and draft Abdul Carter after the year before going out to trade and pay Brian Burns, when you already have Dexter Lawrence and Kayvon, that defense is got to be what you hang your hat on. That defense has to be solid. That defense has to keep teams under 20 points. And if that happens, you should be able to steal some games offensively because you have one of the most dangerous wide receivers in the NFL. You should have a good backfield between Singletary, Tracy, and Scattaboo. They should be able to run the ball if that offensive line stays intact. And then even your secondary guys like Darius Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson with an actual quarterback who has played a lot of football. As I saw Darius Slayton today talking about, he's played a lot of football. It's easy to get on the same page as him. Like, Russ has something to prove too. Russ and Sierra have wanted to get to New York for a while. Before they went to Denver, there were conversations on the fan about getting Russell Wilson to the Giants. He's here now. And he's up there in age, but he's not done. Russ and I are the same age. I get to tell my Russell Wilson story. It's been a while. You know what I did? I didn't tell the story so that it would be new again. I stopped telling it so I could bring it back. If I ever get the chance to talk to Russell Wilson, I'm going to ask him if he still has that number 11 Miami jersey that he wore at UVA. I don't know if Tiki knows this story. Tiki definitely knows UVA and the way that their practice fields are set up, or at least they were back in, I don't know how many years ago this was, and I don't want to date myself. I already told you me and Russ are the same age. But Russ came to camp. Russ was one of the top recruits in the country. He already had multiple offers. Everybody knew he was going to have offers from the ACC. But the thing about Russ coming to this University of Virginia football camp, he was only there for a day. I think Ryan Mallett was there, and I think Ryan Mallett passed too. Rest in peace to Ryan Mallett. Did he die? Yeah, he did. Wow. In 2023. Ryan Mallett was there. Joe Hayden was there. Forget what other big players were there. Keith McPherson was there. So I was connected to Al Golden at the time. Shout out to Al Golden, who is now with the Bengals as their defensive coordinator. Last year he was with Notre Dame, but Al Golden was with UVA, and I was trying to get a scholarship from UVA. So I was down there working out, but I also was down there with other kids from Ocean Township. We competed in their 7-on-7 tournament that whole week. It was a sleepaway camp. We stayed on campus at the dorms. And I remember when Russ came, there was a buzz about Russ. I remember thinking he's not that big. He's not that tall, but he is he's got a little bit of stockiness to him. And what I was most impressed about him, he was stoic and he didn't say much, but he also didn't miss. Something that I was having problem with back then was like throwing to different receivers where you don't know their speed. You don't know, like when you're in high school and you can throw some quick game and stuff, but trying to judge guys' speed, you got to be super accurate. Russell Wilson was super accurate. I felt like everybody that he threw to, he was hitting them right on the money. Everybody was impressed with him. I was in the same quarterback group as him. I don't even know if I shook his hand or said what's up to him. I think I was just around him, but I always remember that was the time I saw Russell Wilson, dangerous Russell Wilson, all the way back in Charlottesville in 2000 something. Anyway, 888-808-1019. Let's go to Val up in the Bronx next on the Fan.
My man Fierce, what's good, King?
Hanging out, bringing it home, the 5-hour sprint, fastest 5 hours in radio.
Bringing it home as usual, my man. I'm always loving this show, Dan. I got 2 questions for you, all right? 2 questions. So this goes back to some conversation. The first question goes back to some conversations I heard yesterday with like contender for contender trade. If like for some reason the Yankees and the Mets sat down at the table together and were able to come to a deal. Now, me thinking about it, I know the Mets have a need for, or I've heard that they have it's perceived that they have a need for a center fielder. Like, and looking at that, if we decided that we wanted to offer Trent Grisham, right? Of the three alternatives they have at third base, which would be the one that you would want back? And then the second question, right? The second question. I know there's like an impetus from everybody, you know, and I hear it as far as like, you know, to avoid the prospect hugging, you know, we all want to deal in the now and to chase the guy that, you know, as far as the big trade that we need. And some people feel like they're not even really concerned with who they give up. All right. That being said, I may exclude George Lombard from this conversation. Okay. Of the young prospects that we have right now, whether they're on the big team or they're in the AAA, right? If you flip it the other side, of those guys, which is the guy that scares you the most to get rid of because you fear that he might go someplace and become like the next big, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, Val, and we got to go to break. I'll answer this quickly. Mark Vientos. Send me Mark Vientos. Right-handed hitter. They have enough left-handed hitters. So Brett Beatty, nah. Even though Brett Beatty's been impressive. Send me Mark Vientos, too, because he's postseason proven. Like, we need somebody that's postseason proven. We need somebody else to help carry Judge big ass. So, yeah, send me Mark Vientos. Could you imagine the Met fan watching Mark Vientos help power the Yankees through this postseason? And then it's Spencer Jones for me, because Spencer Jones profiles as like a left-handed Judge light. He hit 3 homers today. Can you imagine trading away Spencer Jones and, like, you know, he's on the same trajectory as Judge in a way. Like, he went to college, he's 24. You know, they didn't know how to really scout him or who to compare him to, and like, he's coming into his own now. Can you imagine he's hitting 50 home runs in Major League Baseball, and then Judge is aging out, and we're like, see, we had the next guy, and you traded him away for Eugenio Suarez? What are you thinking? It's not going to happen. All right, Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got one more break. This show is over in, like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes, so call me up. We'll be right back.
Odyssey's We Can Survive. Alex Warren. It's Shabuzi. Everybody at the party. Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Now's the time to drive the luxury you deserve with limited time offers on select models. Make this a summer to remember during Mercedes-Benz Dream Days at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
The lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot. Can we stop at a bathroom? Are you all right? I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools. Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may.
All right, I'm in the chat. Like, now I'm breaking the wall down. I'm not hosting the show. I'm in the chat. Let's see. Can't trade Jones and have him hitting 50 homers somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. I'd be like, bro, what are y'all, like, why would y'all do that? You developed this kid for, 3 years, 4 years to give him to somebody else, to give somebody else the next Judge. Grisham for Swaggy P I like better than Peraza or Vivas. Yeah, and somebody's gonna probably say, Swaggy P can't play the position. I bet he can play it well enough for what his bat brings. Hector, my guy. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, we got over 1,000 in here. Thanks. Yeah, I'm not on it. Appreciate it, man. Oh. I mean, There's nothing I can say. I can't troll the Canadians. I can't troll the Blue Jays fans. They got it right now, bro. They got it right now, bro. Drake about to drop. Drake dropped at 9.
Gotta light the tower up, please.
Drizzy about to drop. The game is in disarray. I know we half an hour away from New Music Friday. I know I'm not going to sleep. But I'm seeing they posted some new Drake snippets. I'm not gonna front. I'm a Drake fan. I'm a Kendrick fan too, but I rock with Drake. I'm gonna take another break. Timber Tony. I've been rocking with that. What did I miss? But I think there's so much more than that from Drake coming. Word. All right, that was a super. Trying to see if there's anything else I missed in the wide world of sports to bring to the table here. Got the Giants for the Mets and the Phillies for the Yankees.
National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket.
I send out a bunch of tweets. I was getting my hair redid today. So while all the Spencer Jones stuff was going on, I just sent out a bunch of tweets because I know how many people follow me in Yankees Twitter. And I just start firing off all these tweets. And now I'm looking at all the reactions and interactions and stuff. And I'm gonna get paid off that, bro. My shit is monetized. Elon send me anywhere from $35 to $60 off videos and tweets if they go. So I just be playing the game. Feel me? All right, let's continue playing the radio game. Let's get back to the show. Switching the mic now.
New Drizzy Drake. Well, not this, but coming soon. Coming soon, right? Drake about to drop something tonight. New Music Friday coming. Midnight. That means I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to be listening to something later. You're listening to Keith McPherson on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Last call for calls. I'll take one more break in about 12 minutes. But yeah, we talked through our Yankees complaints and concerns and being fed up and disappointed with this version of the participation trophy Yankees. We talked a little bit about the Mets and how the Mets came out of it and Lindor came out of it and Pete Alonso as well, and how the Mets all was right in Mets land. They had great attendance. They swept the Angels, and now they go out west and they've got to continue to find ways to win and stay in first place. And the Yankees will host the Phillies this weekend, and I'm scared. I think they have the better pitching. I think they have guys that can hit, specifically some guys that can hit in Yankee Stadium. And if the Yankees boot the ball around, you're going to hear boo birds. You're going to hear hecklers because nobody heckles their own fan base better than the Yankees. Maybe the Phillies are close second. Maybe some of those Philly fans will come up the turnpike and come boo their players in the Bronx. It should be a good weekend. It should be fun. Day games, late games for the Mets. And, we talked a little football, but football's not really moving the needle too much. All I had to add was, the Jets dodging one with the dislocated toe of Justin Fields. He's just going to miss a couple weeks, but I think he put in enough time, when it wasn't mandatory, that he should be all right. And then for the Giants, they have enough characters now. What I mean by characters, like they have enough good players where you feel like it could come together. Coaching, they're going to have to coach themselves to some victories, and good. Your coach's job should be on the line. They should have to coach and figure out how to win and not lose 10 games in a row. And I expect the Giants to be somewhat competitive, but there's only so much you could take out of helmet-only practices. It's not real football. We send out some RIPs to Hulk Hogan, Ozzy Osbourne, with Malcolm Jamal Warner. Someone else passed too that I saw, and I was like, well, they're going to be overshadowed by the other guys, more famous. We talked trade deadline. Josh Naylor got traded from the Diamondbacks to the Mariners. They're kind of waiting. I said, can I get a Yankees update? Can I get some Yankees breaking news before I get out of here? No, maybe Big Mac will have that good fortune. CeCe Sabathia was the big shot of the night, as he'll be a Hall of Famer, inducted into the Hall of Fame. I can't wait to hear his speech. Something I thought about? CeCe stopped doing the podcast with Ryan Rucco, R2C2. I used to listen to that podcast every single time. That was a good podcast. I wonder why they stopped. I'm sure they had a reason. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to these calls. Continue to pass the time. Thanks for listening to my show. 888-808-1019. Gregory's down in Atlanta on the Fan next. What's up, Greg?
As usual, KM, love your show, as always. And I love the bangers in between.
Thanks.
And you take a break.
Thank you.
Got about 3 quick points, and then I wanted to get your take real quick. But I think the Mets don't necessarily need a power-hitting bat or anything. They just need a guy who squares up on the ball and hits line drives, extra bases. The Mets do not properly utilize their home field. And what I mean by that is if it's a pitcher-friendly park, too many guys are launch angling. We need some guys reminiscent of Jose Reyes. That's why he got so many triples. He was hitting liners, squaring up on it, and that's what I think what's missing with this team. Maybe a Stephen Kwan could do that.
Not for nothing. You can't go from we just kind of need somebody to Stephen Kwan. Like he's an all-star. I don't know if they're going to get him. You just need somebody better than Tyrone Taylor.
Yeah, agree. Yes, sir. And the other thing is, I've noticed that to me, being a Mets fan and watching the team, watching every game, I've noticed that the best I've seen of Francisco Lindor, not the big moments when he hit the home run, was last year when he had his 5-hit game where he had to be hit like maybe 2 home runs, maybe a double, 2 home runs, and a single or something like that. But he was hitting line drives. And I think this modern baseball, there's this overemphasis on launch angling. I want to get your take on that because I think that aspect of the extra base hit seems like it's lost. But once again, man, that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to get your take, and thanks again for taking the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I don't know. You need launch angle because they pay you to hit home runs. They pay you to hit extra base hits. You need to get the ball in the air. You need to elevate the ball. Or maybe you don't because the Toronto Blue Jays can beat the Yankees by just hitting the ball in the infield and running hard. It's funny. Last week we talked about Alex Rodriguez and what he said about Volpe. He said Volpe needs to be the best bunter on the team. He needs to swing flat. He just needs to be a line drive hitter. He just needs to put the ball in play. And then Volpe's like, nah, hell nah, uppercuts. Here's 3 homers in like 4 games. I don't know. With Lindor, there are numbers that literally show you the Mets go as he goes. Whenever they show you the stats about, games where he homers, games where he has doubles, games where he has multiple hits, games where he has multiple RBIs, the Mets win those games. Games that he doesn't, somebody else got to get it done. The Mets are, liable to lose. So you hope that Lindor has come out of it. He seemed to be in good spirits. Going on the road, I think, helps. Going on the road helps these guys. It kind of galvanizes these guys because it's them together on a plane in the hotel, and it's them versus the city. It's them versus the other fan base. It's them versus the other team. And I think it's going to be a good weekend. I think it's going to be two good matchups. Giants hosting the Mets, Yankees hosting the Phillies. And, both series have implications on the Mets. Yankees win. Mets fans for Yankees. Met fans should be rooting on. If you're a Met fan, come to the stadium. You're a Met fan, come to the stadium in your Juan Soto jersey. I'll see you there. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan next.
Hey, good evening, Keith.
Hey,
Keith,
hey.
I'm going to propose. I don't know if it could be happening, but for the Orioles aren't going anywhere this year. O'Hearn and Bautista. Let the Mets go after them and let them give Vientos up because the other two guys are younger and especially Ronnie Mauricio. He's developing. I like the way he swings and he's a very good fielder. What do you think about that trade?
Ryan O'Hearn is an all-star. I'm sure there'd be a high price for him. I don't know. I haven't heard much about Ryan O'Hearn being shopped or being available. Bautista, though, yeah. They definitely could send him somewhere for bullpen help.
They could use it.
Yeah, the Mets could be in on him.
Okay, I have one other point about my New York Football Giants. What do you think their chances are this year? Think they'll win 8 games?
No. It's hard to win 8 games. It's hard to win. You got to stay healthy. You need a lot to go right. And so much has gone wrong. They have a lot of new pieces of the puzzle here with the Giants, but I just think 8 is lofty. Thanks for the call, Phil. Let's play the game. Like, the Giants could start off 0-4 out of the gate. And I hate to put that evil on y'all because it's the NFL. We don't know how it's going to go, whatever. But just in theory, going off of the rosters from last year, and Jalen Hurts told y'all last year is over, but like you got to go down to D.C. and deal with the Commanders. Yes, not the Redskins, not the football team. They're the Commanders now, and they're going to be the Commanders. And they have the worst name in the NFL, the Bum-Manders. I wish they were bums, but they're not bums. Jaden Daniels is for real. I hope he has a sophomore slump. But like the Giants got to go down there and deal with a team that was in the NFC Championship, a fan base that is revitalized, a new ownership group that is doing all the right things. They're adding to that team. They're not done. The Commanders, I'm blanking on. They added talent this year. Not Debo Samuel. They added. Did they add Laramie Tunsil? Now I gotta find it. I'm pretty sure they did. They added somebody else that I was like, yo, I can't find it right now. But the Commanders are a good team. They did. They added Laramie Tunsil, Debo Samuel, Bobby Wagner's already there. Sneaky pickup, former Dallas Cowboy who retired and unretired Michael Gallup. See if he's got anything left in the tank. Then, speaking of the Cowboys, like the Giants start their season off on the road at that. You got to go to Dallas. Dallas now has a tandem of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Like your DBs are going to be tested, and the Commanders better make Scary Terry happy. Terry McLaurin. They better figure that out with him. But okay, once the Giants come home, guess who the Giants have to start their 2 home games with? They have a primetime game 8:20 against the Kansas City Chiefs. Pat Mahomes and those guys. They have a bunch of receivers you're going to be chasing around. And then the Chargers, don't sleep on the Chargers. Harbaugh's second act with these guys. They drafted a running back. They signed another running back. I just saw they signed Nyheim Hines. I think the Chargers are going to take a step forward this year. Second year with Harbaugh at the helm. You can start off 0-4. Where are the wins coming? The Saints. Okay, you can go down to New Orleans and beat the Saints. But you know what they did? The trick that the NFL played on the Giants this year that's not right? In October, you got to face the Eagles twice. In the middle of the season, you got to face Saquon twice. They're not calling the dogs off in those games. They're not taking them out early in those games unless it's a blowout. I
think the Giants are low-key in decent shape. You know,
we got to start saving everybody's talk now.
Hear me out. I'm just saying, I think really because it's all on Daniel Jones. The lack of Daniel Jones, real talk.
The Colts season is on Daniel Jones.
Oh yeah, they're toast. They're finished. But the lack of Daniel Jones to me just gives the Giants at least 3 to 4 additional wins this season. Just because the head coach James has a real quarterback now, his offense is quarterback dependent. You get a real quarterback in there, you can win about 6 or 7 games.
Russ is old. He was hurt last year. I don't know exactly what he's going to do.
Pittsburgh to the playoffs.
Yeah, but they lost out. They lost 5 in a row to end the season.
Listen, don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's over. That's in the past. That's last year.
We all not Jalen Hurts.
But bro, they give you the Eagles on a short week. The Eagles will come to MetLife Stadium in week 6 on Thursday Night Football. Why do they do that? And then you got to play the Eagles in Philly 15 days later.
The Giants are a bad organization, so they get treated this way via the schedule.
I know,
and it is what it is.
You had a lot of TV games. They're not putting too many TV games, but
the Giants have messed around and still that Thursday night game. I'm just saying.
That Chiefs game too. That Chiefs game is 8:20.
Crazy.
On September 21st. That's Sunday Night Football.
That's an L. Lose by maybe 15 to 20.
Yeah. You're gonna get out coached, out schemed, and there's just like the Chiefs. The Chiefs will have a couple games under their belt. They don't usually start. It's just gonna be tough, man. In theory, like the Giants got to be good to even survive the first half of this season and come out with it's in theory. Nobody knows.
Yeah, for sure. But it's all on that defensive front. If they could get some pressure, they can make some things interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't wait for football because football comes and we talk football nonstop, and it turns around so quickly because Thursday set your fantasy rosters. Everybody's watching Thursday Night Football, and the week starts. And then Sunday, it's all day. Sunday night, Monday, and then reactions all week and getting ready for the next week. And it's so unpredictable in those first 2 weeks. They're really like preseason the first 2 weeks. All right, we got to take another break. My last break of the night. Whatever you guys want to do to close the show, open mic time. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Getting into that territory.
Great summers of fast, reliable internet at the same low price. All with the Fios 1 gig internet plan. Plus no hidden fees or equipment charges. Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch today. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for new and existing My Home customers.
Stepping into the Kia K4 and K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel in the average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. The K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkled, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy
Step up to those like with confidence for the Jeep brand's newest MVP. You all want the Jeep back in your S. Year after year, with game-changing technology.
Alexander, come on. Please, come on. Alexander, this is a scene, man.
Experience the rain excellent range capacity. Featuring selection. Interior cabinets pay special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep Credit dealer, it all adds up to Jeep liking your ass being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
He's getting smacked, bro. It's over for that. That boy cannot scramble and run anymore. It is over for that. He better be a pocket passer. Daniel Jones, definitely a better runner right now than Russell Wilson. Maybe not a scrambler, but straight line runner, Daniel Jones. Like, scramble in the pocket, move back in the pocket, spin out, get to open grass, throw the ball, maybe. But Daniel Jones' legs right now, much more effective than Russell Wilson. I gotta get back on the field, throw the ball around, see if I still got it, just so I can flex on y'all. Just so I can flex, show people like, listen, I talk sports and I used to be decent. I wasn't never good, but I used to be decent. I used to be decent. Decent enough to go to college. Decent enough to get 10 scholarship offers. Decent enough to go D1. Your homie tell you all the time how good he was at football. He didn't even go D1. I remember me and my boy Zeke, that was all we wanted, bro. From like age 12, I got my first offer when I was 16. All we wanted was to play Division I. My boy ended up playing Division I at Long Island University, and then he transferred to West Virginia. I played Division I at Monmouth University, transferred from James Madison. And what's crazy, I always tell young dudes too, it's like when I was younger, I didn't envision this at all. I went to school at Monmouth and started to dream and think of like being on the radio, but not in this capacity. This I didn't think was possible because it was like the same guys on the radio forever. I don't know. I'm blessed. But like I thought I was going to break in as a DJ, playing music on the radio, maybe hosting talk radio, pop, top 40, hip hop. You said check my email?
Find your business card at oomla.com/radio. Scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the RCI Art and Command apps.
Word. Hey, oh, hey, ho. KM on the radio. Right back at it on the Fan in New York for the fans of the sports. Almost done. Big Mac's coming up. Big Mac's in the bullpen. He'll get y'all right. But Big Mac's not going to talk about the game. I don't know what Big Mac's going to talk about. But he's not going to go backwards and talk about the game last night for what? We already suffered through that. He'll probably talk Spencer Jones and trade deadline rumors and what needs to be fixed with the Yankees. I'll be listening. Maybe he'll get into the Giants as Ray just sent me this clip because this is what I was talking about before, right? Shout out to Justin Penix from Talking Giants, a Jersey City St. Peter's Prep alumni. There's a video where he slows down, and I saw this video, but he slows down Abdul Carter blitzing in the A gap and just abusing John Michael Schmidt, and it looks bad. It does look bad when it's slowed down like this. But again, there's no pads on, man. It's just helmets. But I mean, let's not confuse anything. Abdul Carter's a savage at every level. He was a savage as a freshman at Penn State. I don't think it's going to take him long to wreak havoc in the NFL. Malik Neighbors was talking about him. Malik Neighbors said, yeah, that was one of the dogs we needed to go get. Like, looking forward to seeing him terrorize some offenses this year. James is in New York on the Fan in New York. What's up, James? No problem. No. No. They lost 10 games in a row. They were the number 3 overall pick last year. Not long ago, they were picking 6. Like, they picked Malik Neighbors after that year. They picked up. They don't want to keep picking in the top 10 of the draft. You got to win. This is the New York Giants. This is the New York market. They have like the number 1 TV market. Thanks for the call, James, and I appreciate you listening. The Bengals are going to have a good year this year. They better. I was already talking about Al Golden being there as a defensive coordinator. They paid Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. If you're watching Netflix and watching quarterback with Joe Burrow, they better figure it out. But no, there is no. We can't already start to talk about the Giants tanking and losing. You can't do that. Dominic down in North Carolina. You're on the Fan in New York. Good. I think they're trying. Yeah, but they're pretty close to Newark Airport. There's still plenty of airplanes flying over there. But yeah, thanks for the call, Teal and Brown. They're trying to change it. They just made them a whole brand new locker room. They have AG and Darren Muji. They're trying to change the mojo, but still the Jets, man. At least they dodged one today, but I mean, not really. Your starting quarterback is going to be down for a week or two. Out on Staten Island, Dave, you're up next on the Fan. Good. How are you? It always starts to look real bright right about now, and then it gets dark fast. Go on. Tell me more. Oh, no. Hell no. No, hell no. He must be getting the reps in camp, but they signed Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. They also drafted Jaden Blue. Well, they aren't fast, but Jaden Blue is. Those guys should be. Yeah, he's a rookie, but get him in the open field without too many people to touch him, and he should be able to go 70. And they're going to throw the ball. Dak is going to throw the ball 50 times a game. That's what they're chanting. I saw they were chanting MVP as he came out. MVP. I'm like, oh man. But yeah, it's Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders first. Deuce Vaughn is fourth. He's going to be behind Jaden Blue. And Dak is going to elect to throw the ball to CeeDee Lamb as many times as possible, and then look for George Pickens down the field, and also Ferg as well. They've got a good rapport, so they're going to throw the ball a bunch. They're going to run it when they have to, and they haven't had a run game in so long. I think any resemblance of being able to run the ball should work. I don't know about this defense, though. They need to go ahead and pay Micah Parsons. Yeah, who's in the secondary? Who's playing corner? Trayvon Diggs is not ready. Deron Bland is back this year. But, like, is he going to be the guy that was stealing the ball every – I don't know. I think he just got fortunate that they tried him so much that year. He was able to, set that record for pick sixes to the house. Kalen Carson, the kid out of Wake Forest, who called himself the human seatbelt or whatever. He should get a look. But this, I mean, it's going to be tough. Like somebody's got to guard Terry McLaurin and Malik Neighbors. And thanks for the call, Dave. Cowboys, they're going to be mid. They're going to be 500 team. David is in Clifton, New Jersey. My last call. Thanks. Oh, okay. I think I did see that, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna be overshadowed by yes. It was somebody in music. I saw it on Twitter. And I'm like, he's not gonna overshadow Ozzy and Hulk. What about him? Oh, we need them. Well, not robo-umps, but we need the challenge system first. Getting it right. That's fine. Artificial intelligence is going to eliminate a bunch of jobs. What I'm saying is it's wrong all the time. Like if you watched the Yankee game yesterday, there were so many borderline calls, and then it turned into Matt Blake being ejected and then Boone getting ejected. And the guy even said, my bad, I made a mistake. In the Met game, the end of the Met game, they're gonna. I'm telling you, it's a fact. They have the automatic balls and strike system first, and then eventually they can take the. Yeah, there used to be a culture of guys that went to Blockbuster on the weekends. That disappeared too. It's just it's evolution. Like, thanks for the call, David. I'm just telling you, it's coming, man. I'm telling you that like these umpires are so bad, and it's standard that like. Why wouldn't you correct it? You have the technology to do the challenge system, but then everybody's going to be challenging. It's going to get to a point where, like, if we have this challenge system and we have the ability to see what's a ball and a strike zone that can move to, each player's height and their strike, then why don't we just get to a point where something is buzzing? And it's not necessarily a robo ump. Like, it's not like Johnny Five is going to stand back there. It's not going to be Alpha 5 or I don't even know any other robots. Wally. It's not going to be that, but R2D is not going to be C3PO standing behind Austin Wells or Francisco Alvarez. That visual is hilarious. C3PO, a droid back there, strike, ball outside. What it's going to be is something in their ear immediately to be like, left side ball, right side strike, something to be like ball, strike. Same way we have pitch com. Why can't there be something to communicate to these guys? And that's a ball. And some of these guys take forever to, just call whether it's a ball or strike. We need it. If you can do all this Hawkeye, technology and tennis and all this other stuff, it's too egregious. And I think I heard Judge the other day talk about, I like the human element. Like, yeah, okay, Judgy, you are somebody that would benefit greatly from robo umps and the automatic balls and strike system. But I think that's it. I think I have to break because CMAC has to come in at some point. Oh, we're going straight to the update. I probably missed my break. It's fine. It's fine. So that's it. That's the end of the show. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching on the live. Thanks for calling. We started off very passionate and fiery about the participant era New York Yankees. But then, we had some fun by the end of open mic time. And I'll see you guys at the stadium. And I'll be on tomorrow night too. Go to the stadium, drive right from the stadium back here. And hopefully the Yankees win. And then we'll also have the Met game on during my show. So, yeah, we'll get back to baseball and hope that both teams can right the ship. And positive vibes, positive energy as we wait for any breaking news from Major League Baseball. Jeff Passan on who the Mets trade for, who the Yankees trade for. As I hit refresh again, yeah, I don't see anything. That's all I got. C-Max coming up now. Good night.